Chapter 43. Tree Demon. Level 45. The 5-meter-tall giant body and the vines that were even longer than its body swung in the air. The moment the vines touched the rolling stones on the ground, they were surrounded twice. Then with some unknown method the vines crushed the large stones into pieces. Wu Yan's butthole tightened when he saw this. He hugged Mikoto and Chuju tightly and shuddered. This tree demon that was familiar with the tentacle monster's skills was a great enemy. Wu Yan made up his mind in an instant. He cautiously looked at the tree demon waving its vines and decided that it would be best to end this as quickly as possible. If he was entangled, he would lose his chastity. If the two girls in his arms were entangled, Wu Yan wouldn't even have a place to cry. If he was NTR'd by a tree, Wu Yan might as well just die. Wu Yan had forgotten that Mikoto was level 69. Is it the king of this place? Chuju poked her head out of Wu Yan's embrace. She was used to Wu Yan's embrace. With Mikoto by her side, Chuju was still a little shy. She glanced at the tree demon and quickly turned her attention away. I don't know. If Hinajuku is a bit shy, then Mikoto is very shy. This isn't the first time Wu Yan hugged her, but the first time was when her mental state was a bit off after the massacre. The second time was when she first heard about the sisters and her mental state was a bit off as well. This is the first time she's been hugged so blatantly by someone like Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't think too much about it. Let's not talk about hugging them, he even bathed them. What's there to be concerned about? He only cares about this tentacle treant, he can't wait to kill it. Ignoring the fact that it's a male nemesis, even if it isn't, Wu Yan still remembers the grudge he had with the Tree of Vines. If it wasn't for the mental dragon armor's immunity to all attacks below level 50, that whip would have rendered him impotent. How could Wu Yan not hold a grudge? You girls wait here, I will cut it into pieces first. Putting down the two girls, Wu Yan said this, making the two girls feel a bit weird. Did Yan-mo have a grudge against the tree demon? You don't need me to do it? After Wu Yan put her down, Mikoto blushed and lowered her head. She's mad at herself. It's just a small tremor. A little bit of electromagnetic force would have been enough to stabilize it. Why didn't she think of that? Why did she fall into Yan's arms? Let's do it together. Let's get this over with. In order to avoid being NTR'd, Wu Yan went all out. Mikoto adjusted her state of mind and nodded indifferently. A level 45 monster is just a small monster to her. If it was together with the demon army from before, she would be a bit more afraid. Just this one? Then what about me? Hinajuku hurriedly made her presence known. You stay by Mikoto's side. Wu Yan said quickly. He waved his left hand and a katana appeared in his hand. Okay. Chuju was a little reluctant. She was weak and couldn't help Wu Yan. Chuju cared a lot. But the situation was different now. Without the resplendent breath, rushing in recklessly would only lead to death. Seeing Hinajuku's expression, Mikoto patted her shoulder and whispered in her ear, wait until you become Yan's summon, you'll be able to grow infinitely stronger. At that time, come and help him. Chuju felt a little better after hearing Mikoto's words. She nodded firmly, indicating that she understood. It's coming. A tree vine whipped towards the three of them. Wu Yan quickly reminded them as he pulled out his new Nietono no Shana. The simple yet shiny blade flashed and the tree vine that was as thick as a thigh fell to the ground. Damn. As expected of the weapon of the 10,000 years cute thing. Wu Yan touched the Nieto no Shana in surprise. Although he knew that there was a huge difference between each level of equipment, Wu Yan was still surprised by the power of the Nieto no Shana. At least in terms of sharpness it was enough. No wonder the common armament and rare armament were only one level apart. One could only be used by low-level warriors or magicians, while the other could only be used by at least level 7. While Wu Yan was pleasantly surprised by his new equipment, the tentacle treant ignored the sliced vines as if they were nothing. It waved its other vines and sent Wu Yan flying. Yan. Seeing Wu Yan being sent flying, the two girls cried out in alarm. Wu Yan crawled up from the ground and waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. At the same time he glared at the tentacle treant, his eyes filled with anger. Damn it, even my mother has never hit me before. It's fine if you hit me once, but you even hit me twice. I can't stand it anymore. Although Wu Yan had the protection of the dragon armor, this was the first time Wu Yan had been put in such a difficult situation by a monster of the same level. Therefore Wu Yan was furious. With a turn of his body, Wu Yan dodged the tentacle treant's second attack. He continuously stepped on the ground and arrived in front of the tentacle treant with the speed of the wind. He tightly held onto the Nieto no Shana and chopped it down. When Wu Yan got close, the leaves on the tentacle treant's head formed a circle and covered its body from above. Wu Yan's attack only managed to cut off countless pieces of leaves. After his attack failed, Wu Yan stepped on the ground and moved behind the tentacle treant. Before his attack could land, another circle of leaves fell and covered the tentacle treant's body. Helpless, Wu Yan could only chop off another pile of leaves. At this time, several vines fell from the sky and whipped towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan was shocked and wanted to dodge, but a sound stopped him and he continued to slash at the tentacle treant. The vines instantly arrived behind Wu Yan and wanted to whip him 3 times, but several black swords came from afar and shredded all the vines that attacked Wu Yan. Wu Yan's attack successfully landed on the tentacle treant's body and took away a piece of wood. Roar! The tentacle treant finally cried out in pain. Wu Yan was good at kicking a man when he was down. A red halo flashed around the Nieto no Shana as Wu Yan viciously slashed down with the glowing Nieto no Shana. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. With a cold shout, a red arc of sword light came out from the Nieto no Shana and slammed into the tentacle treant's face. The huge force cut the tentacle treant's body into pieces. With the remaining force, the tentacle treant shot backwards and cut off all the vines in front of Wu Yan. The Nieto no Shana in his hand started to burn and ignite. Wu Yan looked at the Nieto no Shana in shock and then became happy. He didn't expect the chaotic return to Horizon Dance to be able to trigger the power of the Nieto no Shana. The already powerful chaotic return to Horizon Dance was strengthened to such a degree. What a surprise. One hit kill. Stroking the Nieto no Shana's body, Wu Yan laughed and returned the sword to its scabbard. Are you all right? Seeing that the battle was over, Mikoto and Chuju came to Wu Yan's side. I'm fine. I have to thank you for the iron sandsword just now, Mikoto. Wu Yan smiled at Mikoto, making her blush. Thus, Sundra Cannon decided to act Sundra. I only acted because I saw that you couldn't handle it. Don't misunderstand. Clap 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 clap. A burst of applause woke up Wu Yan, who was enjoying Mikoto's Sundra act. It also woke up Mikoto and Chuju. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and felt their hairs stand on end. A man was sitting on the highest dragon throne. The man had super white skin like a frozen corpse. His long black hair reached his waist and his bangs covered one of his eyes. The other eye that was exposed outside of his hair was a snake's eye. King Orochi, level 50. Wu Yan's serious face fell. Orochimaru? Uncle Snake, don't tell me you also transmigrated? Or did you use the reincarnation technique to transmigrate into Butler Whirlwind? Looking at King Orochi sitting on the dragon throne, Wu Yan felt that he looked more and more like Orochimaru. If Wu Yan didn't ask the system before and knew that there were no transmigrators other than himself, Wu Yan would have thought that he was Orochimaru. Serpent King was still clapping his hands with an evil smile on his face. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't think that you guys would be able to break all my toys. It's a pity that there's nothing in this damned place. Otherwise, I would definitely reward you guys. Wu Yan looked at King Orochi in shock. He was speechless. Does he feel like he's going to eat me to death? If I was alone, I might have been eaten to death by you. But here we have a girl who broke through the sky. Yan, look. While Wu Yan was speechless, Chuju suddenly exclaimed. She pointed at King Orochi's neck and shouted, Look, that's the heavenly jade. Wu Yan heard and quickly turned to look at King Orochi's neck. Indeed, there was a jade pendant on King Orochi's neck. It was swaying there. It looked exactly like the illustration handbook that Yi Cheng's mother showed them. Heavenly jade? So that's how it is. You're here for this jade tablet. Great Serpent King said with a look of realization on his face. As he spoke, he began to laugh out of the blue. Are you the king here? Mikoto took 2 steps forward and shouted at him. This level 50 guy was so arrogant that Mikoto was especially annoyed. That's right. King Orochi looked down at Wu Yan and the other 2 arrogantly. He stretched out his arms as if he was hugging something and said, I am the king here. The strongest Dragon King. Dragon King. Dragon. Chuju was shocked. Wu Yan's mouth opened wide. Even Mikoto, who could use the system to detect King Orochi's name, was stunned. She tried her best to hold back her laughter. She covered her mouth with force and looked like she was having a hard time holding it in. After hearing King Orochi's words, Wu Yan no longer treated him as Orochimaru. This was because he had a strong Chunibyu aura on him. Wu Yan almost laughed out loud. This Chunibyu Orochi actually said that he was a dragon? Although it wasn't that he hadn't heard of dragons and snakes being family, and some fantasy novels and dramas didn't have scenes of snakes transforming into dragons, but for King Orochi to say that he was a dragon, that was a joke. Dragon, the legendary dragon, how could it be so white that it was about to enter the ground? How could a dragon be level 50? Alright, even those lizard-like dragons in the West wouldn't be so weak. Wu Yan already thought that King Orochi was a joke sent by the will of the universe. Of course, Wu Yan also spoke his own words honestly. Are you here to be funny? Wu Yan's words made Mikoto burst out laughing. Her hand that was covering her mouth moved to her stomach. She laughed so hard that Mikoto's tears almost came out. No, they already came out. Chuju looked at the laughing Mikoto and Wu Yan in confusion. What was going on? How dare you? King Orochi roared. How dare you look down on me, the great dragon king? Mikoto laughed even harder after hearing King Orochi's words. Wu Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing Wu Yan and Mikoto's reaction, King Orochi couldn't hold back his anger. King Orochi stuck out his tongue and licked his chin. His snake eyes glowed coldly as he looked at Wu Yan and the other two. I've decided I'll grind your bodies into powder and use it as insect repellent for my dragon cave. I've decided to. Wu Yan announced with a smile as he raised the Nietono Shana in his hand. For the development of comedians, I've decided to send you to hell to show off your talents. Chapter 44. I want you to die. The mocking tone finally caused the Orochi's king to explode. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of purple liquid towards Wu Yan like a bullet. Speed was unbelievably fast. On the surface, Wu Yan didn't care about the Orochi's king. However, inside he was already very worried. Even if the opponent was Chunibyu and arrogant, the level 50 was no joke. Wu Yan knew that there was only a 5-level difference between him and the Orochi's king. However, even if Wu Yan was only level 49 and only had a 1-level difference, Wu Yan wasn't confident that he could win against the opponent. After all, this was the difference between the tiers. Level 50 was already tier 6. Although Wu Yan was level 45, he was still tier 5. The difference between the tiers wasn't small. As the tiers increased, the difference between the tiers would become bigger. At tier 5 or tier 6, the difference between the two was already very big. If it wasn't for the two rare armaments, Shana and Dragon Armor, Wu Yan wouldn't have dared to fight the Orochi's king one-on-one. Especially the Dragon Armor, it was simply a low-tier artifact. It was completely immune to attacks below level 50 and could even weaken attacks below level 60. It was a great opportunity to exchange for it. Although he didn't know if a level 50 bag was included in the range of immunity, Wu Yan didn't want to test it with his own body. This guy was a snake. The ball of liquid that was spat out from its mouth was undoubtedly poison. Mikoto, protect Chuju. As he pulled out Shana, Wu Yan quickly shouted. He then waved the sword in his hand and a gust of wind blew the flying ball of poison away. Be careful. Mikoto, who had already seen Wu Yan's intention to fight one-on-one, immediately used her superpower. Her entire body emitted a bluish-white electric current. She pulled Chuju, who was beside her, and stretched out her hand towards the wall. The two of them flew backwards as if they were being pulled by a rope. You still want to escape in front of me? What a joke. King Orochi laughed maniacally. Thinking that Mikoto and Chuju were trying to escape, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of poison towards Mikoto. Would the level 69 Mikoto care about the level 50 Orochi King's attack? The answer was no. Without even looking, Mikoto's body surged with electricity and the venom was instantly dissolved. When King Orochi saw this, he was startled. A strong gust of wind came behind him while he was still in a daze. Wu Yan lowered his head and faced King Orochi's back. Being distracted in the middle of a battle, Wu Yan slashed at the Orochi King's neck as he muttered the lines that would appear in many melodramatic dramas. But someone will die. King Orochi King's mouth curved into a sinister smile. Facing Wu Yan's slash, King Orochi King only twisted his neck a little. His neck strangely extended forward, causing Wu Yan's slash to hit empty air. Without moving his body, King Orochi King's head turned back. His snake eyes stared at Wu Yan's face and shot a ball of poison towards Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan cursed in his heart. You actually imitated Uncle Snake's soft body modification and even wanted to shoot me in the face. You're not a girl. At this time Wu Yan still maintained his slash. Seeing the poison shooting towards him, not only did Wu Yan not pull back his katana, he instead used more strength to slash down. The Nyamano Shana was cut into the ground, deeply embedded into the rocky ground. Wu Yan used his katana to pull his body over, avoiding the oncoming poison. King Orochi King was very surprised by Wu Yan's actions. It was as if he didn't expect it. Thus Wu Yan unceremoniously turned around and rewarded him with a punch, sending him flying with a backhand. King Orochi King flew backwards in the air with a furious expression. He forcefully swung his leg. Following his movement, King Orochi King's leg suddenly extended and kicked the stunned Wu Yan away. For God's sake, he can even use Luffy's move. Wu Yan, who was cursing in his heart, quickly fell to the ground with King Orochi King. In their first confrontation the two were actually evenly matched. So fast I can't even see their movements. Chuju rubbed her eyes. She forced herself to watch a battle of this level using her eyes too much. Mikoto, who was beside her, didn't say anything. She just stared at King Orochi King and muttered to herself. Your claws actually touched this king. King Orochi King lay on the ground motionlessly. But if one looked carefully, one would discover that his snake eyes were filled with astonishing killing intent. With such a soft body, ordinary attacks couldn't cause any harm to him. But Wu Yan was able to send him flying in the battle. This made King Orochi King, who believed himself to be invincible, unable to accept. Kill. I must kill him. In contrast to King Orochi King, Wu Yan quickly got up from the ground. He touched the part of his body that was a little painful from the kick and rejoiced in his heart. If it wasn't for the mental dragon armor, it wouldn't be as simple as just a little pain. Sure enough, not all protagonists can fight above their level. If he didn't exchange for these 2C grade equipment, he might have already lost after that kick. Holding the Nyandanza, he pointed at King Orochi King, who was still lying on the ground. Wu Yan mocked. What? The Honorable Dragon King also has the habit of lying on the ground after losing a fight. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Yan's expression immediately changed. A chill rose from his back. Wu Yan fiercely slammed his foot on the ground and retreated. A small snake came out from the ground when Wu Yan retreated. It brushed past Wu Yan's face and slithered up. After being dodged by Wu Yan, the snake twisted its body and bit at Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression changed again and again. Seeing that he was about to be buried under the snake's mouth, the mental dragon armor once again turned into an invisible shield and blocked the snake's attack. The small snake hit the mental dragon armor and made a crisp sound. Before it could attack again, its body was cut in half and fell to the ground. After cutting the small snake in half, Wu Yan stabilized his body. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Phew. Chuju let out a breath and patted her chest. Her heart was filled with fear. Mikoto smiled and put down her hand that was pointing at King Orochi. Ha ha. King Orochi stood up and looked at Wu Yan with a smile. However, there was no smile in his eyes. Not bad. Even this move can't do anything to you. No wonder you can break all my toys. Licking his lips, the Serpent King held his forehead with his hand and laughed so hard that his entire body trembled. Wu Yan gripped his sword and coldly stared at King Orochi. He wanted to cut him into pieces. He almost died just now. Let me explain again. Wu Yan is a very vengeful person. The wind started to howl. The ground started to shake. The atmosphere started to swirl. The blade started to whistle. Right hand holding the blade, left hand pressing down on the hilt. The blade lit up with red light and a scorching aura started to spread. King Orochi stopped laughing when he felt the oppressive atmosphere. His face darkened and his body started to tense up. It's funny, isn't it? Wu Yan said faintly and then chuckled. Well then, let's see if you can still laugh after this. Wu Yan's body turned into a blur and he appeared in front of King Orochi. Chaotic return. His cold eyes stared at King Orochi. King Orochi narrowed his snake eyes and the blade flashed in front of him. Horizon dance, bang, with a loud explosion. A red light shrouded the area where Wu Yan and Orochi King are standing. Dust and pebbles were blown into the air by the explosion. The ground around them cracked and turned into a barren wasteland. Ah! Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. They quickly covered their faces with their hands to block the wind and dust. They tried to open their eyes to see what was going on. A corner of the dust cloud protruded out of the cloud of dust. Not long after, Naruto King flew out of the cloud of dust. Wu Yen followed closely behind as he arrived in front of Naruto King. He raised his knee and rammed it into Naruto King's abdomen. What? King Orochi's eyes popped out. He opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Then he was pushed to the ground by Wu Yen. He slammed into the wall and a human figure was blasted out. After getting his revenge, Wu Yen felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. After the buff from Horizon Dance, the power of chaotic return to Horizon Dance had reached a new level. Wu Yen was very satisfied with its power and momentum. If Wu Yen could use the art of freedom, it might be even stronger. After all, Horizon Dance was a noble artifact of the Flame Mist Warriors. If Wu Yen wasn't fighting against someone of a higher rank, he would have killed King Orochi with one move. You damned ant. King Orochi was furious. Ever since he became the king of this place, he had never suffered such a loss before. In his rage, King Orochi opened his mouth wide. Venom shot out like a machine gun towards Wu Yen. The overwhelming amount of venom blocked Wu Yan's path. Wu Yan's eyes focused. He gently twisted his body and rushed towards King Orochi. He waved the long sword in his hand and scattered the venom. Wu Yen, who had the sword mastery, had calculated every move carefully. Not only did he block King Orochi's venom attack, but he also opened a path for himself. After Horizon Dance knocked away the venom, the blade was still silver. It was not affected by the venom that could melt human bones. Wu Yen immediately approached King Orochi. Die. His hands turned into two huge Orochi's mouth. King Orochi grinned as he attacked Wu Yen. The mental dragon armor appeared and blocked the two huge snake mouths. Wu Yen already knew that he could not be completely immune to a level 50 attack. However, he could still weaken it. Therefore, Wu Yen ignored the residual force of King Orochi's attack and allowed it to hit him. His body shook slightly. Wu Yan's footsteps paused for a moment. He then continued to attack King Orochi as if nothing had happened. He arrived in front of him at 0 distance. What? King Orochi looked at Wu Yen in shock. In an instant, Wu Yen waved the long sword in his hand. The red sword light descended once again. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. After King Orochi was completely smashed into the wall, Wu Yen laughed. Just as he was about to withdraw his sword and retreat, a fist suddenly reached out from the wall and sent Wu Yen flying. With his other hand, King Orochi slowly walked out from the wall. Many years ago, he was only a slightly stronger snake demon. After being sealed in this place, he was humiliated and bullied by countless older demons. They were stronger than him, so the Great Serpent King could only endure with all his might, all so that one day he could stand at the top and kill all the creatures that dared to offend him. Gradually, as time passed, the Great Serpent King grew stronger and stronger. In this place filled with powerful yaos, the Great Serpent King kept on fighting until he killed all the yaos that had bullied him in the past. Then he became invincible and became the king. I am invincible. Kill. King Orochi twisted his body and a low voice filled with killing intent spread out. Kill. The low voice turned into a violent roar. The powerful sound waves shook the stone walls. A powerful aura rose from King Orochi's body, causing Wu Yen to be shocked. Bang! King Orochi's body suddenly exploded into pieces. A green light flew out from the broken body and into the air. The light grew brighter. Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto couldn't help but close their eyes. A huge snake head peeked out from the light and looked at the shocked Wu Yen on the ground. The snake opened its mouth and let out a loud roar, shaking the earth. Chapter 45. Hiss. Its 50-meter-long snake body was casually placed on top of the beehive-like structure. Its 2-meter-thick snake head that looked like the head of a dinosaur swayed lightly. Its pale-sized snake eyes stared at Wu Yen, who was on the ground with a cold and murderous look. The tender flesh at the side of the snake's mouth twitched as if it was sneering. It roared loudly at Wu Yen. The sound wave swept away a large amount of dust and gravel, blowing towards Wu Yen, who was standing in front of the giant snake. Orochi monster. Level 60. Standing under the giant snake head, Wu Yen resisted the trembling of his body. He held Xianxia tightly until the web between his thumb and index finger split open and blood dripped down. Wu Yan did not care. He only looked at the Orochi monster with bitterness in his heart. He did not expect that in the previous battle, King Orochi did not use its true strength at all. But it made sense. If it was only level 50, it might be able to defeat any monster in this huge monster horde. However, it was not enough to suppress such a large number of monsters. To suppress such a large number of monsters, it would require at least the current level and a body that surpassed everything. Orochi monster. King Orochi monster's true form. Level 60. Level 7. Relying on Nippon no Shana, Psyche Dragon Armor and Chaotic Return to Horizon Waltz, Wu Yan can challenge the level 50 Orochi King who is one tier above him. Furthermore, with Psyche Dragon Armor and Chaotic Return to Horizon Waltz and Nippon no Shana's attack power, Wu Yan can slay the Orochi King. But 2 levels higher. Even if they had B-grade equipment and gold-grade armaments, it was still impossible. Unless, like the demon army from before, they relied on their terrifying numbers to attack in a frenzied manner, as if they were sending themselves to their deaths. But was it possible for one person? The answer was, of course it was possible. Under the cold gaze, Wu Yan took a deep breath. He raised his right hand holding the sword and pointed at King Orochi monster. In this sealed cave, where could he run to? Therefore they could only fight. Of course, attacking blindly would only lead to death. But don't forget, Wu Yan's real trump card was the 8300000 item points. Disregarding everything else, as long as he could exchange for a bottle of resplendent breath, he would definitely have a chance of winning the upcoming battle. The resplendent breath could force one's body into a state of invincibility. As long as one drank it, they would be invincible for 3 hours. This was probably Wu Yan's surname. At this moment, other than killing intent, the Orochi demon felt smug. In its imagination, when it revealed its true form, that ant should have a face full of fear and despair. Then it would start to run away. Then it would tease him and vent the resentment in its heart before dealing with him. But what he didn't expect was that this damned ant didn't seem to be afraid at all. He didn't run away as he thought, and he even dared to point his weapon at him. At this moment, King Orochi monster's smugness completely turned into endless killing intent. Wu Yan, who was shrouded in killing intent, froze and began to tremble uncontrollably. Wu Yan laughed at himself in his heart. Then he clenched his teeth and prepared to open the system list to exchange for the resplendent breath. Yan, the next battle belongs to me. A bolt of lightning flashed in front of Wu Yan from afar, crackling incessantly. Mikoto stood there looking at the great snake demon. Her eyes were filled with the will to fight. Mikoto. Opening the system list, Wu Yan looked at Mikoto, who suddenly appeared in front of him. His heart was filled with joy. Is there still Mikoto? I'm not alone. But can you kill it? Wu Yan hesitantly took a few steps forward and asked in a low voice. Mikoto closed her eyes. She knew that Wu Yan wasn't asking if she could kill Orochi monster, but if she dared to kill Orochi monster. But Mikoto immediately opened her eyes again. It's not a human. It's just a monster that harms people. I will kill it. Wu Yan muttered in his heart and looked at Mikoto. Can you do it? Hearing this, Mikoto raised her head proudly with a face full of confidence. Who are you asking? I'm Tokuwadai's trump card, the LVL5's third place, Railgun Misaka Mikoto. Wu Yan was stunned. Looking at the confident Mikoto, a smile bloomed on his face. Then it's up to you, Mikoto. Wu Yan opened the system list and used 100,000 item points to exchange for a bottle of resplendent breath, and stuffed it into Mikoto's hand. If there's an accident, drink it. Although Mikoto's life was fused with his, as long as he didn't die, he could use half of the summoning points to revive Mikoto. But Wu Yan had subconsciously forgotten that in his heart, Mikoto was just a girl who needed to be doted on. Mikoto wanted to use this excuse to reject Wu Yan, but when she saw the serious look in Wu Yan's eyes, her heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned her head and touched the potion bottle in her hand. She drank it once, so she naturally knew what it was. She put it in her pocket and nodded. Be careful. Waving her hand, Mikoto looked at the snake demon that was getting more and more irritable. Blue and white electric sparks flashed again. The electric current covered her body, and the ends of her brown hair fluttered. Cool. Free and easy. Wu Yan couldn't help but glance at her. Then he kicked off the ground and moved to Chuju's side. Seeing Wu Yan backing away, the Orochi monster wanted to attack Wu Yan. An inexplicable sense of vigilance rose from its heart. The Orochi monster quickly focused its mind. It saw Mikoto staring at it. The electric sparks on her body jumped even faster, causing the Orochi monster to feel a sense of danger. Seeing this, the Orochi monster understood that the most threatening thing here wasn't Wu Yan, but the girl in front of it. "Yan, how are you?" Chuju moved closer to Wu Yan and asked silently. Wu Yan shook his head. "I'm fine, but it's up to Mikoto now." Hinajuku nodded solemnly. She couldn't see Mikoto's and the Great Snake Demon's level, so she didn't know how Mikoto would win against such a monstrous monster. However, since Wu Yan chose to believe in Mikoto, then she would also choose to believe in her comrades. As the electric sparks flashed on Mikoto's body, the Orochi monster's sense of danger intensified. The Orochi monster believed that this little girl was definitely in existence that could kill it. The sense of danger had completely overtaken its self-esteem. Normally, if a little girl dared to stand in front of it and provoke it like this, the Orochi monster would have killed her without a word. But although it was a little arrogant, it wasn't an idiot. The sense of danger in its heart told it that if it underestimated the girl in front of it, it would definitely die. Thus, the Orochi monster retracted its killing intent and focused its thoughts. The gloomy aura on its body began to fluctuate. "Aren't you going to attack me?" Mikoto shouted loudly. She couldn't help but be excited to duel with a strong opponent. She was a competitive person to begin with. Even if the opponent was a monster, even if this duel had escalated to the point where life and death were up to fate, Mikoto only had one thought in her mind. Since you're not going to attack me," her bangs rose slightly, electric sparks flew to Mikoto's forehead and converged into an even brighter electric current. Then it shot towards the Orochi monster. "Then I won't hold back." The electric spear was Mikoto's most common move. It didn't have much attack power, but it had the advantage of being extremely fast. Under Mikoto's command, the electric spear caused a series of sonic booms wherever it passed. Before the monster could react, the electric spear had already hit the Orochi monster's snake head. The Orochi monster only saw a flash of blue and white light, and then a sharp pain came from its head. In front of its huge body, the electric spear's attack power could only cause it a little pain, but it was enough to numb it. It wasn't until 2 or 3 seconds later that it reflexively raised its head. However, at the same time the Orochi monster raised its head, another electric current just happened to pass through its head. The Orochi monster raised its head just in time to deliver its own head. The electric spear hit the Orochi monster's eye. This wasn't just a momentary numbness. The eyes were the weakest part of the human body even for monsters. Therefore, when the electric spear pierced the Orochi monster's eye, the pain was transmitted to the Orochi monster's brain, and a mournful snake hiss sounded. One of the snake's eyes was already closed and blood was flowing down. The Orochi monster shook its head in pain, but it exposed more of its weakness to Mikoto. Mikoto smiled lightly and slowly raised her hands. In the midst of the electric current explosion, a wave of black sand flowed out from the ground, forming a black wave. Iron sand, a derivative of Mikoto's superpower, using electricity to generate electromagnetic force to control the iron sand, and then using it to attack. Seeing that the Orochi monster had stepped into her trap, Mikoto pulled her hand, and the iron sand wave suddenly surged, forming iron sand swords above Mikoto. Only when there were over 100 iron sand swords, all the iron sand was formed. Over 100 iron sand swords were pointed at the Orochi monster, and each of them was violently vibrating like a chainsaw. Mikoto activated her superpower, and the iron sand swords shot out, piercing through the Orochi monster's scales and piercing its huge body. Hiss! The iron sand swords pierced through the Orochi monster's body like black needles, and Orochi monster howled in pain. Blood flowed out from its wounds and covered the iron sand swords, dyeing them red. So strong. Chuju covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming. She knew that Mikoto was strong and she could tell from the previous battle between humans and monsters. However, Chuju still underestimated Mikoto's strength. After becoming Yan's summon, can I also be this strong? Chuju looked at Mikoto in a daze and then looked at Wu Yan, who was watching Mikoto fight, with a smile. Chuju's eyes became resolute. I must be this strong. I must. Wu Yan, on the other hand, had another thought in his mind. He didn't expect the difference between Mikoto and Orochi monster to be so huge. Of course, Mikoto was level 69, and Orochi monster was level 60. There was a gap of 9 levels between the two. Although it wasn't as big as the difference in tiers, it was still a big gap. If Mikoto was a peak Type 7 powerhouse on the verge of breaking through to the Type 8 realm, then the Serpent Demon was a newly ascended Type 7 powerhouse that had just broken through to the Type 6 realm. One was a peak Tier 7, the other a newly ascended Tier 7. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. What's more, Mikoto didn't hold back at all. This kind-hearted girl would usually restrain her superpower in order to prevent it from harming others. In the original work, Mikoto only used her full power against Fantasy Beast and Accelerator. Other times her superpower was at most LV4. If it wasn't for this, the original main character Kamijutoma wouldn't have been able to nullify all of Mikoto's attacks. That was lightning. Kamijutoma had the ability to nullify anything that didn't belong to the human world, and also had omen perception. But to put it bluntly, he was only LVL 0. It was normal for him to block 1 or 2 attacks. Blocking 5 or 6 attacks could be considered putting his life on the line. But to block all of them, that was too unrealistic. The difference between LVL 5 and LV4, Wu Yan conservatively estimated it to be the difference between Tier 7 and Tier 6. The difference in tiers isn't that easy to overcome. Right now the opponent was a monster, not a human. After experiencing a massacre, Mikoto had seen through things a lot. So with her full power, killing an Orochi monster was more than enough. Wu Yan firmly believes in this point Mikoto is just as confident. Chapter 46. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The iron sand sword stabbed into the great serpent demon's body was still vibrating. Every time it vibrated, blood would spurt out. The great serpent demon was in so much pain that its long tail lashed out madly, smashing its dragon throne, its residence, and the honeycomb-like building into pieces. Blood dyed its black snake body red. Orochi opened its remaining snake eye and looked at the tea-haired girl on the ground who was wrapped in electricity. Its eyes were full of resentment. "Do you hate me?" Mikoto unexpectedly understood the resentment in Orochi's eyes. She was usually soft-hearted, but this time she was incomparably tough. Lifting her heroic face, she looked at Orochi and shouted. "Then who should those existences you call toys, those existences you use as cannon fodder, hate?" With a shout, the sound of thunder followed. The flashing blue and white electricity formed a net in the air. Under Mikoto's control, it enveloped Orochi. Suddenly, the sound of electric current exploded once again, followed closely by the great serpent demon's blood-curdling screams. The net of electric current covered the great serpent demon's body unceasingly, and the great serpent demon's body, which was under the electric shock, emitted a roasted meat fragrance, and its scales turned from black to charred black. The serpent demon wriggled its body and struggled with all its might, trying to break free from the electric net. Unfortunately, the electric net was not a fishing net or a snake-catching net. As long as Mikoto's calculations continued, the electric net would continue until the electric current was extinguished. Orochi was a bit desperate. After being tortured by Wu Yan, it had just returned to its original form. It originally wanted to turn the tables on Wu Yan. It didn't expect that just as it used its huge body to intimidate Wu Yan, this little girl would jump out of nowhere and torture it to death again. Even if all of its subordinates had died, even if its human body had exploded, even if it had reached the point where it had to revert to its original form, the great snake demon had never felt despair. But now, it's just a little girl, just a little girl. How can I die in her hands? Roar. With a violent roar, Orochi's snake body stretched out. The net of electricity was actually broken by its movement. What? Mikoto was a bit surprised. She planned to use this net of electricity to end this battle. She didn't expect it to be broken. Roar. The roar from Orochi's mouth was no longer a snake's hiss. It was more like a beast's howl. Orochi had gone completely crazy. Now it only wanted to kill. Kill the girl who brought it pain. With a swing of its tail, the great serpent demon's tail broke through the stone wall and crushed countless stones in its path. Then it swept towards Mikoto. With the sweep of the tail, a strong wind blew towards Mikoto. Mikoto's body was blown away and she almost fell to the ground. After all, she was only a 14-year-old girl who weighed less than 40 kilograms. The wind pressure was enough to blow her over. Chuju. Orochi's tail was very long. Even if it wasn't long enough to reach the other side of the square, Wu Yan and Chuju were just within its attack range. Looking at the sweeping tail, Wu Yan cursed. He hugged Chuju and jumped, dodging the tail. Seeing Wu Yan and Chuju dodging Orochi's attack, Mikoto, who was hanging upside down on the cliff, let out a sigh of relief. She didn't realize that she was wearing a skirt. When she was hanging upside down, she revealed the little cutie that Wu Yan put on himself. When Wu Yan saw it, he couldn't help but want to poke Orochi's eyes blind. It was fine if Chuju saw it. After all, they were both girls. To be seen by a disgusting Orochi was a big loss. No, this snake must die. Mikoto. Hurry up and get rid of it. Wu Yan shouted at Mikoto. He hoped that she wouldn't expose herself again. It's fine if she showed it to him, but don't let others take advantage of it. No, don't let other snakes take advantage of it. So noisy. Just be a good girl and watch. Although he said that, he waved his hand and shot out 2 electric spears, hitting the big snake demon's body. Unfortunately, the advantage of the electric shock spear was its speed, but its attack power was really not high. Against a monster with a huge body like the great snake demon, its attack power was obviously insufficient. Unless it was like before and attacked its eyes, it would only be able to numb it. As expected, it's better to use iron sand to attack. Before she could finish her sentence, the Naga demon's head came crashing towards Mikoto. Mikoto calmly stretched out her hand again and pulled the Naga demon to the other side like Mount Tai. Bang! The rock wall was smashed into smithereens, pieces of rock started falling down. The Naga demon pulled its head out of the rock wall, roared and charged towards Mikoto again. So annoying. The frequent and frenzied attacks in addition to its huge body caused Mikoto to only be able to dodge for a moment. She didn't have the time to launch a powerful attack. One must know that a powerful attack requires a longer time to calculate. This made Mikoto a bit mad. A railgun who can't attack isn't a good railgun. Only a submissive like Wu Yan would feel good in such a situation. Do you need help, Mikoto? Wu Yan hugged Hinajiku and jumped up and down to dodge the attacks. He's having a lot of fun dodging the attacks. So he's a submissive after all? I don't need your help. Super railgun, I know. Hurry up and take care of it, Sis Cannon. Wu Yan really wanted to take care of the Orochi that saw Mikoto's eyes. You bastard. Sparks flew. Wu Yan used his taunt skill and successfully triggered Mikoto's aggro. Mikoto's aggro was maxed out and she transferred it to Orochi. He waved his hand at the iron sand sword on the big snake demon's body. The iron sand sword vibrated again, and like a vampire, it sucked out the big snake demon's blood. The sudden pain caused the big snake demon's attack to deviate, and it plunged into a pile of rocks not far away, causing it to howl in pain. Chance! Mikoto's small face lit up with joy. She stood on the ground and pointed with her little finger. Iron sand poured out again and formed into iron sand swords. Then, with a shout from Mikoto, the swords covered the sky and pierced towards the big snake demon's body. Seeing this, the serpent demon couldn't help but be shocked. Being pierced by these black needles was no joke. Dying from blood loss was a small matter, but dying from pain was a big matter. It quickly twisted its body and dodged the incoming iron sand sword. However, Mikoto was the one controlling the iron sand sword. Under Mikoto's control, the iron sand sword changed direction and continued to stab towards the serpent demon. Once again, the serpent demon rolled its body and dodged all the iron sand swords. After that, it swung its tail and swept all the iron sand swords away, leaving nothing behind. Behave yourself. Mikoto pulled at Orochi's body again. The iron sand swords on Orochi's body were pulled out by Mikoto's electromagnetic force. Without the iron sand swords, Orochi's blood gushed out like a fountain. With a wave of her hands, all the iron sand swords gathered together and scattered into a wave. They surged towards Orochi's head and formed a whirlpool. It was as dense as a dark cloud. Hey! Suddenly, iron sand swords shot out from the iron sand cloud towards the serpent demon. If Orochi was like a hedgehog before, now was like a rooster. The iron sand swords fell from the sky and pierced its head. Blood splattered everywhere and flowed like a rooster's comb. Orochi looked like a rooster now. Feeling the pain, the big snake demon couldn't help but become even more frenzied. Not only did it not stop attacking because of its injury, it instead increased the frequency of its attacks. Its snake tail swung like a whip, leaving behind afterimages as it attacked Mikoto. Mikoto quickly raised her hand. The iron sand cloud dispersed and flew to Mikoto's side. It formed an iron sand shield and blocked all of Orochi's attacks. The ground was not so lucky. Under Orochi's frenzied attacks, the ground was smashed to pieces. At this time, the place where Mikoto was standing had a huge crater. But the rain of attacks didn't stop because of that. The serpent demon was determined to beat Mikoto to death. It kept swinging its tail and slapping the iron sand shield. Crack. The iron sand shield began to crack. Hearing this, Mikoto's face changed. Blue and white electricity surged all over her body. Her speed increased greatly and she dodged to the side. Bang! The iron sand shield was shattered in an instant. The snake tail fell down and made the crater even bigger. Mikoto had a headache. Although Orochi was strong, there was still a gap between their levels. If it was a normal level 60 monster, Mikoto's first round of attacks would have been enough to kill it. However, the great serpent demon's body was too big. The iron sand sword that was supposed to be fatal had pierced its body back and forth countless times, but it still couldn't kill it. Moreover, the blood that flowed out from its wounds was almost enough to fill a pond, but it was still full of energy and didn't seem tired at all. If this was compared to a game, the great snake demon would be the most classic meat shield. It had high stamina and high HP. If this continued, let alone waiting for it to bleed to death, even if it was stabbed a few more times and bled a few more times, it would still not be enough to kill this Orochi. Mikoto's other moves were also enough to deal with normal people. However, against Orochi the damage was too small. It was not enough to defeat it. What Mikoto didn't know was that Orochi was purely relying on its insane willpower to survive. Although it was thanks to its huge body that it was still not defeated, it was still 9 levels lower than Mikoto. This was a huge gap. A gap was a gap. Orochi was now in a frenzied state. It did not care about its own body. It only wanted to defeat Mikoto. As long as it did not die, it would not stop attacking. Therefore it led to this situation. It became an existence that could not be defeated. Unless it was a killing move that could kill it in one hit. And Mikoto just happened to have such a killing move. On a piece of undamaged ground, Mikoto stood there. She stared at Orochi, who was about to turn around and look for a target to attack. In an instant, the electric current on her body surged. The blue and white electric current flowed rapidly, emitting a powerful blue light. Mikoto's hair and clothes fluttered as if they were being blown by a gust of wind. Beep beep beep, sounds of electric current could be heard incessantly. At some point, Mikoto slowly reached out her hand. She pinched a coin in her hand and extended it towards the big snake demon that turned its head towards her. With a flick of her finger, the coin bounced up. At the same time, the electric current on Mikoto's body flowed towards her outstretched hand. It came to Mikoto's upside-down thumb and gathered together to form a white dot. Orochi roared and charged towards Mikoto. Mikoto ignored it. The electric current on her body flowed again. Under the electromagnetic force, the coin floated in the air and fell towards Mikoto's upside-down thumb. Looking at Orochi that was about to hit her, Mikoto's eyes narrowed. The coin came to her thumb and she flicked it out. An orange beam of light shot towards the great snake demon. The beam of light pierced through its head, through its body and out from its tail. It streaked into the distance. Chapter 47. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level, 46. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level, 47. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level, 48. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level, 49. Looking at Mikoto, who was still in her shooting position, Wu Yan was in a daze. What a classic scene. When was Mikoto the most attention-grabbing moment? 10% of the people would answer that it was when Mikoto was acting like Itsundra. The other 10% would answer that it was when Mikoto was hugging Koda. As for the other 80%, they would answer the same question, that it was when Mikoto used the railgun. This was a scene that made people feel Mikoto's domineering side. It was a scene that could only be seen on the screen. But now it was happening right in front of Wu Yan. Mikoto's image was once again etched into Wu Yan's mind. domineering, heroic, and handsome. Compared to this feeling, the joy of leveling up was much smaller. After all, the opponent was a level 60 monster. Even though he was 15 levels higher, he only leveled up by 4 levels. Wu Yan could only say that the wall between the tiers was too thick. As for Mikoto, she didn't even level up once. Wu Yan couldn't even level up to tier 6. If Mikoto wanted to level up to tier 8, it would probably take a long time. So cool. Even Chuju couldn't help but praise. Chuju's image as cool was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. If he said so, then it really was cool. In this, Mikoto came to Wu Yan and Chuju's side and handed a piece of jade to Wu Yan. At this time, the Orochi monster was already dead. Naturally, the jade of the Heavenly Palace was taken by Mikoto. I finally got it. Wu Yan took the jade of the Heavenly Palace and couldn't help but sigh. In just one day and one night, the three of them had experienced a lot. From the wall demon in the beginning to the wolf demon, the demon horde, the tree demon, and the Orochi demon. Although it was just one day and one night, the process was indeed not easy. Mikoto and Hinajuku also fell into deep thought. Compared to Wu Yan, the two of them had to endure a lot more psychologically. That massacre might have changed them quite a bit. At the very least, Mikoto, this kind of yakuza who only brings harm and no benefits, is now capable of killing. Although Wu Yan doesn't think it's possible for her to kill someone. But the rewards were also great. At first, Wu Yan was only level 30 tier 4. In just one day and one night, not only did he level up to level 49 almost tier 6, he also received a huge sum of money. 8300000, no, 8200000 item points. Even Mikoto leveled up to level 69. He also received the Jade of the Heavenly Palace. As long as he took the Jade of the Heavenly Palace to Yi Cheng's mother for the mysterious crystal shard, Wu Yan's quest would be completed. The rewards were not small. Wu Yan walked up to the head of the Orochi monster and sighed. Mikoto's railgun had blown through it from head to tail. Perhaps even at the moment of its death, the Orochi monster still hadn't reacted. Ding. Received 50,000 item points. After handing over the Orochi monster's ridiculously large body to the system in exchange for 50,000 item points, this trip to the seal barrier had come to an end. At the same time, Wu Yan's journey as the whirlwind butler had also come to an end. Yan, I'll return this to you. Sorry, I don't need it. Mikoto smiled as she took out a bottle of potion from her pocket and handed it to Wu Yan. It was the resplendent breath that Wu Yan gave her before the battle. Why are you giving it to me? You should keep it. It's a lifesaver when you're in danger. Wu Yan glanced at her. With 8250000 item points, why would he be stingy with a bottle of resplendent breath? Isn't it more useful for you to keep it? Mikoto said confidently, as if she was the one standing in front of the truth. Wu Yan couldn't help but glare at her. I have plenty of item points now. What else do I need? You should keep it for yourself. Don't think you can do anything just because you won't die. You should know that resurrecting you will require summoning points. I don't have any extra summoning points to resurrect you. Wu Yan's summoning points were now 11,000. When he first summoned Mikoto, he used 70,000 summoning points. Resurrecting a summoned character would require half of the summoning points. In other words, resurrecting Mikoto would require 35,000 summoning points. What? If you die, won't I die too? I'm doing this for myself. Mikoto said awkwardly. She did have the urge to try something daring just because she could resurrect. Of course, it was just an impulse. She wasn't stupid enough to die for no reason. From this, it could be seen that Sis Cannon was very eager to find excitement. Since this idiot doesn't want it, then Chuju, I'll give it to you. Mikoto turned her head away angrily as if rejecting her kindness was a stupid thing to do. Wu Yan was speechless. Me? I don't need it either. Hinajuku hurriedly waved her hand. Once this mission is over and we go to the other world, Yen will summon me over. At that time I will be the same as you, so I don't need it. Have you really thought it through? Chuju. Hearing Chuju's words, Wu Yan couldn't help but ask. If you leave with us, what about your parents? What about your sister? Are you willing to let her go? Chuju was stunned. She thought for a while and smiled. Yeah, I want to choose for myself too. Besides, didn't you say that? As long as you leave, this world will freeze. The world will stop. You don't have to worry about them. You want to make a choice for yourself. Wu Yan fell silent. Why are you so long-winded? Do you have a problem with that? Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Wu Yan with dissatisfaction. I said I want to choose for myself. Why are you being so wishy-washy? How am I being wishy-washy? Wu Yan retorted righteously with a, I'm doing this for your own good look. I'm just asking for her opinion. How is this being wishy-washy? You still dare to argue. Sparks flashed across Mikoto's forehead. He sneered. You should know that when I was summoned by you, you didn't ask for my opinion at all. Don't tell me I don't have parents? Wu Yan's lips twitched as he dryly laughed. Fine, it's my fault. Wu Yan cared a lot about Chuju's opinion. If Kaisha-sama doesn't want to go to Silveria with him, he can't force her. Wu Yan also wants to be with Kaisha-sama. That's why when Chuju chose to follow them, Wu Yan was happy and proud. If a woman is willing to follow you to the ends of the earth, then there's a 90% chance of cheating. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan got more and more pleased with himself, to the point that he is showing it on his face. Seeing Wu Yan's proud face, Chuju snorted. Of course I'm not doing this for you. I'm just protecting Mikoto. Protecting Mikoto. Wu Yan's proud face froze. Protecting Mikoto? What kind of bullshit reason is this? She's 2 times higher than you, girl. Protect me. Mikoto flinched. She patted her flat breasts and confidently said. Don't worry, Chuju. I'm very strong, I can protect myself. That's not what I'm talking about. Chuju walked to Mikoto's side and hugged her arm. I'm talking about protecting you. I'm talking about protecting you from this pervert. If I don't go, who knows what this big pervert will do to you when you're alone with him? How is that possible? Mikoto's eyebrows twitched. Under Chuju's valiant words, 2 cute blushes appeared on her face. Wu Yan opened his mouth and widened his eyes. He looked at Chuju and shouted. I'm innocent. How am I a pervert? Chuju, don't accuse me. You still dare to say you're not. Chuju's face also reddened. She gritted her teeth and looked at Wu Yan. You can even take off our clothes and give us a bath. What else can't you do? Mikoto's face reddened when the past was brought up again. She glared at Wu Yan and looked at Chuju. That's right, Chuju. You have to protect me. You can't let me be alone with him. Wu Yan really didn't know what to say this time. Kelp-shaped tears flowed down his cheeks like a river. Can't refute that. Who told him to have a criminal record? When Wu Yan's group walked out of the cave after half a day, the first thing they saw was Yi Cheng's mother sitting in front of the helicopter. She looked at them blankly. Her face was full of disbelief. She looked at Wu Yan's group like she was looking at Buddha. She muttered. Hey, why did I have such a strange dream? It doesn't make sense. They're not my cutie Ching. Why would I dream of such a strange thing? Wu Yan, Mikoto and Chuju were speechless. Wu Yan helplessly curled his lips. He took out the heavenly jade and walked in front of Yi Cheng's mother. He said with a smile. Lady of the Heron Palace, we didn't disappoint you. We've brought back the heavenly jade. However, Yi Cheng's mother seemed to really treat Wu Yan as an illusion. She still muttered her own words. Her level of disregard could break through the sky. Lady of the Heron Palace. We didn't disappoint you. We've brought back the heavenly jade. Wu Yan's voice had changed a little. His voice was full of resentment. While it scared Mikoto and Chuju, it also woke up Yi Cheng's mother. Could she blame Wu Yan? How could he communicate with Yi Cheng's mother if he didn't put in some effort? Yi Cheng's mother looked at the heavenly jade in Wu Yan's hand and said softly, You're really back? You're all fine? Yes, we're all fine. We've returned safely. We also helped you deal with all the monsters in the barrier. In the future, your family won't have to worry about the barrier anymore. Wu Yan said with a smile as he handed the heavenly jade to Yi Cheng's mother. Caressing the jade of the heavenly palace in her hand, Yi Cheng's mother didn't say anything. However, the most beautiful smile Wu Yan has ever seen since he met her appeared on her face. Holding the jade of the heavenly palace tightly, Yi Cheng's mother placed it on her cheek and closed her eyes as if she had just received a treasure. Wu Yan, Mikoto and Hinajuku smiled at this scene. They know that Yi Cheng's mom isn't acting like this for the sake of her family or the family treasure. She's just doing this for her daughter. She's trying to protect her daughter's spiritual power. That's why she's acting like this. Yi Cheng had a good mother. After recovering from her joy, Yi Cheng's mother sincerely bowed to Wu Yan and the other two. Thank you very much. You're welcome. We each took what we needed. Wu Yan touched his nose and said embarrassedly. He wasn't good at dealing with this kind of situation, so he felt a little awkward. Yi Cheng's mother smiled and nodded. She took out the mysterious crystal shard and slowly raised it in front of Wu Yan. This is what Wu Yan-kun needs. I'll leave it to you. Wu Yan-kun, I believe that Wu Yan-kun will be able to handle it well. Wu Yan took the crystal and raised it over his head. He closed one eye and looked at the crystal. Under the sunlight, the crystal emitted a warm light. It seemed to symbolize a new beginning. Chapter 48. Phew. The bed is still the most comfortable. Wu Yan was lying on his bed, rubbing his hands against the blanket. If it was a girl doing this, it would undoubtedly be very pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's actions were indescribably wretched. Wu Yan didn't care if he looked wretched or not. After staying in that place for a day and a night, Wu Yan missed his bed very much. If it was anyone else, they would be like Wu Yan if they stayed in that place for a day and a night with demons and ghosts as their companions. Of course, strictly speaking, the bed didn't belong to Wu Yan. It belonged to Chuju. Wu Yan was just a lodger. Not only Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto were also sleeping soundly in their room. They even refused to see Chuju's mother when she asked about their whereabouts. One could imagine how they were feeling right now. After rolling around childishly, Wu Yan finally stopped his brainless actions. Wu Yan flipped his hands and 2 crystals appeared in his hands. Beep. Discovered 2 mysterious crystal fragments. Will you fuse them? This system notification rang in Wu Yan's ears when he received the mysterious crystal fragments from Wu Yan's mother. After all, Wu Yan's third mission was to find 2 mysterious crystal fragments and fuse them into a complete mysterious crystal. At that time, Wu Yan didn't know if he would leave this dungeon world immediately after fusing the mysterious crystal. On the way back, Wu Yan had already asked the system. The system's answer was that the user would only return to the Spalier world after leaving this dungeon world. Without any worries, Wu Yan of course chose to fuse the mysterious crystal as soon as possible because the reward for the third mission was very ambiguous. He could randomly draw a reward from equipment, items, abilities, or summons. This reward was good. If he could draw something heaven-defying such as an S-rank equipment, an item, an ability like the Demon Eye of Death, or a demigod rank girl, the reward would be indescribably good. Wu Yan would be so happy that he would jump off a building. If he was unlucky and got something of little value, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. If it wasn't for the system telling him that the highest level of summons is demigod rank, if there are no gods, he would have wanted to try his luck at drawing one. Of course, he really wanted to draw one now. Wu Yan had an indescribable feeling when it came to activities like drawing a reward. Being dominated by the idea of, I don't know what I'm going to get, he's not in a good mood during the lottery draw. From his point of view, this is a kind of thrill and he likes this kind of thrill. That's why I said you're a bottom. Weighing the mysterious crystal shard in his hand, the desire to draw a reward grew stronger and stronger in his heart, making Wu Yan's heart itch. Therefore, Wu Yan immediately chose to fuse the mysterious crystal shard. When Wu Yan chose to fuse, the 2 mysterious crystal shards left his hand uncontrollably and floated in mid-air. In front of Wu Yan, under Wu Yan's astonished gaze, the 2 mysterious crystal shards suddenly accelerated and collided with each other. There was no strange sound, no strange phenomenon. When the 2 mysterious crystal shards collided, they were like water, naturally fusing together. In the blink of an eye, a complete mysterious crystal shard appeared in front of Wu Yan and fell into Wu Yan's arms. Ding. Mission 3 completed. Mission reward. User can randomly draw a reward from equipment, items, abilities, or summons. Please make a random draw. The system list opened automatically without Wu Yan's consent and projected in front of Wu Yan. A glowing box stopped below the status bar. On top of the equipment option, a start icon appeared, surprising Wu Yan. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one would know what to do at this time. Therefore, Wu Yan straightforwardly pressed the start button. The glowing box flashed back and forth between equipment, items, abilities, and summons. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of excitement rose in his heart. When the box stopped flashing, Wu Yan was disappointed because it stopped at the item option. Were points precious? Wu Yan could tell you very clearly that they were very precious. Wu Yan now had 1,000 equipment points. 81,000 ability points, 11,000 summoning points, and 825,000 item points. Now Wu Yan lacked everything except item points. No matter what item he wanted, this amount of points was enough to buy most of the items in the item list. Therefore item points alone were what Wu Yan lacked the least. But the reward was to draw from the item list? Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Class equipment, overpowered ability, demigod level girl. That was all for naught. Facing the item list that popped up, Wu Yan casually pressed the start button again. Then, without caring about anything else, he began to think about what to do when he returned to the Spalier world. In the beginning, Wu Yan was too weak. Because he needed to become stronger, Wu Yan chose to stay in the Behemoth Forest and do mercenary quests and system quests while killing monsters to level up. Now, after a month of training in Butler Whirlwind's dungeon, Wu Yan's strength was already at the peak of Tier 5. He was only one step away from Tier 6. Then there was no reason for him to stay in the Behemoth Forest. The outer edge of the Behemoth Forest could no longer satisfy Wu Yan, let alone the level 69 Mikoto. There was no need for him to continue staying there. Moreover, ever since Wu Yan transmigrated to the Spalier world, he had never left the Behemoth Forest. Even if he did, he would only go to the town to resupply. Therefore Wu Yan was thinking about whether he should go to other places. For example, the Ailu Empire or the Lori family. Wu Yan had never forgotten the first person he met when he arrived in the Spalier world. Ever since Lulu returned home, Wu Yan had stayed in the Behemoth Forest for 2 months. Then he stayed in Butler Whirlwind's house for another month. The time ratio between the dungeon world and the Spalier world was 100:1. In other words, it had been about half a day in the Spalier world. In other words, it had been about 2 months since Lulu returned home. He had no relatives or friends in the Spalier world. If he wanted to go anywhere, he needed a destination. Maybe he should go find Lulu. But would she welcome him? If it was Lulu, she would probably. If it was Feifei, it would probably be the same. But her family wouldn't allow Lulu to interact with someone of unknown origin, right? If he went to find Lulu like this, would he really be a man? Feifei had said before that the strongest person in her family was the previous head of the family, who was a Tier 9. If there were Tier 9 fighters, then there would be Tier 8 fighters as well. There should be plenty of Tier 7 fighters as well. On his side, Mikoto was the only Tier 7 fighter. If he rushed in recklessly, he would only be courting death. But I don't think I'm going to fight, right? Why am I thinking about this? I'm just going to see Lulu. Wu Yan couldn't help but bitterly laugh at his own deranged thoughts. Too many battles have led him to think about everything in this direction. No way. I'm an otaku, I should think about the 2D girls. That's right, I should think about who the next girl I want to summon is. That's the main point. I think it's Chuju. Just as Wu Yan was thinking about random things, a card suddenly fell on him. Wu Yan couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, the system's voice rang. Ding. Obtained, ability acquisition. Ability acquisition? What the hell? Wu Yan looked at the card in his hand in puzzlement. It was completely white, there was nothing on it. Wu Yan shook his head and activated the system's probing function. The system's probing function doesn't only check the level, it can also check the use of items and equipment, just like an appraisal. Wu Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Ability acquisition. After use, one of the summoned character's abilities will be acquired. The amount of ability acquired will be 1/10 of the summoned character's ability. Item points, 300,000. An item to acquire a summoned character's ability? Is there such an item in the item list? Wu Yan opened the item list and after some searching he really found the ability acquisition item. 300,000 item points, that's really expensive. But it's still worth it. Wu Yan looked at the ability acquisition item and smiled. Even though he didn't have much hope for this lucky draw, but to be able to get 300,000 item points, his luck is pretty good. If it was before, it might have been a surprise. Well, even though it can't compare to his whimsical-esque great equipment, but to be able to acquire an ability is still pretty good. Mikoto is the only summoned character he has, and her ability is only Electromancer, LV5. In other words, this is the only ability he can acquire. Acquire 1/10 of Mikoto's ability? That's at least LV4. The 300,000 item points he had spent to obtain the LV4 electrocute ability was worth it. One must know that Mikoto's ability is also in the ability list, and LV4 requires 30,000 item points. Before that, he still needs to exchange for LV1 to LV3 abilities before he can get LV4. In the end, he needs around 30,000 item points. An ability acquisition card worth 300,000 item points for a 30,000 item points ability. No matter how you look at it, it's still a loss, right? Actually, it's not like that. Item points and ability points are not compared like that. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Among the 4 types of points, the most valuable is summoning points because it's the hardest to acquire. Next is ability points, equipment points are close behind, and item points are the easiest to acquire. After all, Wu Yan needs to fight monsters to level up. Once he kills a monster, as long as he kills it, there will usually be corpses. Turning these corpses over to the system, he can more or less get some item points. Among the other items, the easiest to exchange for points is also item points. Therefore, 300,000 item points and 30,000 ability points are actually not that different. It's just a matter of how Wu Yan uses it. If he uses it on a useless character, of course he will lose out. But if he uses it on a strong character, he can even earn back. Using it on Mikoto is just right. Therefore, Wu Yan used ability acquisition without hesitation and clicked on Mikoto's character status. Ding. Obtained, Electromancer, LV4. A ball of blue and white electric current suddenly flowed on Wu Yan's body. As the electric current flowed, Wu Yan's body felt a stinging pain. Gradually, Wu Yan's body began to hurt, which surprised Wu Yan. Ding. User's level is too low, unable to adapt to the strength of the ability. Ability has begun feedback, forcibly increasing user's level. Ding. User's physical strength has met the requirements. Level up successful. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level, 50. The sudden warm current once again stunned Wu Yan. Feeling his physical strength increasing, Wu Yan was even more confused. Could it be that exchanging abilities can also level up? Chapter 49. Did I really reach level 50 just like that? Wu Yan looked at his hands and felt that it was unbelievable. This was not the first time that Wu Yan had exchanged for abilities. For example, Sword Mastery and Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance were all abilities that he had exchanged for. However, before this he had not leveled up at all. Why would a level 4 ability suddenly level up when he obtained it? System, can I level up when I exchange for abilities? Wu Yan immediately asked the system. User, if you only exchange for abilities, there is no way to level up. No way to level up? Wu Yan was puzzled. Then why would he level up? Also, what did only mean? In other words, it was not only that he could level up. Wu Yan's head was about to explode when he heard the system's professional jargon. Then why would a level 4 ability suddenly level up when I obtained it? User, this is an exception. An exception? Some powerful abilities have requirements for the user's level. When the user's level meets the requirements of the ability, the user can then exchange for the ability. If the user does not meet the requirements of the ability will undergo feedback and forcibly raise the user's level until the user meets the requirements of the ability. Hearing this, Wu Yan was a little enlightened and then became excited. Then, if I can exchange for a super powerful ability with a high level requirement, then I can level up quickly. That's right. If the ability's requirements were high and Wu Yan did not meet the requirements, then his level would be forcibly raised. If the level requirement was too high, then it would also help Wu Yan raise his level to a very high level. As long as he obtained enough ability points and exchanged for an ability with a celestial level requirement, then he would become a god. At this time, Wu Yan had already started to think about how to earn ability points. Unfortunately, this was just a fantasy. When Wu Yan's fantasy reached its peak, the system poured a basin of cold water on him. Reminder to the user. The user has exchanged for an overly powerful ability. When receiving the feedback of the ability, if the user's body cannot withstand the feedback of the ability, the user's body will disintegrate and die. Wu Yan's smirking face suddenly froze, and then he smiled as if nothing had happened. If the body can't withstand the energy feedback, it will die. Is that what you want to say? Yes. As if it did not notice the dark aura behind Wu Yan, the system's mechanical and emotionless voice revealed the cruel truth. Wu Yan was angry. He jumped up and shouted, If that's the case, why didn't you remind me? You have to know that I just received the feedback of an ability. What if I couldn't withstand it and died? As he stomped his feet, Wu Yan patted his chest in fear. No wonder his body was in so much pain after receiving a tenth of Mikoto's ability. It was the body's ability feedback. If he wasn't able to take it, Wu Yan shuddered. His eyes that were filled with rage also showed signs of weeping, but no tears came out. A system that doesn't cheat people isn't called a system. Sure enough, all the systems in history are cheating people. When the user can't withstand the energy feedback, the system will automatically remind the user and forcibly stop the ability. This is the system's setting. Then why didn't you remind me? You don't say. When a person is angry, the system's calm voice is like oil. It makes the person who heard it even angrier. The current Wu Yan was in such a mood. The level requirement for a LV4 ability is level 50, and the user was level 49 at that time. He was only a bit away from level 50. The feedback of the ability was not high. According to the system's judgment, the user's body is strong enough to withstand the energy feedback. There is no danger of death. It is within the system's permissible range. There is no need to remind the user. Resisting the urge to perish together with the system, he leapt back onto the bed. The background is dark, the aura of death is all over him, and his heart is cold. It was within the system's permissible range? The feedback was not high. What the hell, the pain just now was so intense that he wanted to die. You call that not high? It was within the permissible range? Bringing bad luck to me in a situation where my life is not in danger, this is within the permissible range. How can this be, coach? I want to appeal. Just forcibly leveling up one level caused his body to suffer so much pain. If it wasn't for the fact that he successfully leveled up, his body would probably be so tired that he couldn't move. If he leveled up too much, wouldn't he be dead meat? Looks like I have to be more careful when exchanging for abilities in the future. The next morning, Wu Yan got out of bed. After stretching, Wu Yan walked out of his room. After sleeping for an entire day, it's time to leave this world and return to the Spalier world. At this time, the sun had just risen. Chuju's mother hasn't woken up yet. Thus, Wu Yan walked directly to Chuju's room. Mikoto and Chuju are sleeping in the same room. Yuri's intention is clear. Without knocking, Wu Yan opened the door and walked in. With Mikoto's ability, it's a lot more convenient to open locks. Of course, the chances to enjoy benefits have also increased. Maintaining the position of opening the door, Wu Yan looked at the two sleeping girls on the bed. After thinking for 0.1 seconds, he walked in. Of course, he still eliminated the sound of his footsteps. Closing the door behind him, Wu Yan found a chair and sat down. He couldn't wait to look at the bed. From time to time he would nod in satisfaction. For some unknown reason, the two women who had to wear pajamas to sleep were now completely naked. Well, it can't be said that they are naked. The lower half of their bodies are still wearing the little cuties that Wu Yan put on them. Can be considered as not having a full body. But it's almost there. Although he doesn't know what kind of fun game they played last night, that's why they aren't wearing pajamas. But of course he can't miss this opportunity. Thus, Wu Yan almost instantly used perfect memory to record this scene in his mind. Glancing at Chuju and Mikoto's small breasts, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. They still haven't grown much. If I knew earlier, I would have helped them develop a bit more when I helped them bathe last time. Perhaps because Wu Yan's gaze was too unrestrained, the sleeping Mikoto couldn't help but wake up. As a level 69 Mikoto, how could she not notice someone intruding while she was sleeping? If it wasn't for the fact that she was in a safe place and that she was too tired yesterday, she would have already woken up. Opening her eyes, Mikoto vigilantly looked at Wu Yan's direction. When she saw that the person in question was Wu Yan, she couldn't help but be stunned. Then she frowned. "What are you doing here? Also, you're very rude, you didn't even wake me up." Seeing Mikoto talk to him so calmly, completely ignoring her severely exposed body, Wu Yan was stunned. After a while, Wu Yan knew that things were bad. Last time when he helped Mikoto take a bath, Wu Yan still remembered how Mikoto dealt with him. This time he's really going to die again. Wu Yan's heart was starting to feel a bit scared. Since he's half dead, Wu Yan prepared to persuade Mikoto to at least not wake Kaisha-sama up. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto seriously and said, "Mikoto, you must listen to me, you must not be impulsive." Mikoto yawned and sat up. Just like that, her beautiful body was exposed in front of Wu Yan. But Wu Yan wasn't in the mood to continue admiring it, because Mikoto's yawn suddenly stopped halfway. She felt her body become cold. She finally remembered what state she was in. Her eyes slightly protruding, Mikoto stared blankly at Wu Yan. Feeling her body become colder and colder, her face finally changed. Shit. Seeing Mikoto's face slowly turning into one of fear and her mouth starting to move, he quickly jumped in front of her and covered her mouth with his hand. Mikoto, it's my fault, it's all my fault. But don't scream, at least don't let Hinajuku wake up. Otherwise, everyone in the neighborhood will know that I've seen you naked. Being shocked by Wu Yan's actions, Mikoto's face started to brighten up. Shyness. In short, Mikoto's head started to emit sparks. If it was before, Wu Yan would have started praying for himself in the face of being electrocuted. But now he has the same ability as Mikoto. Even though he's only at LV4, which is equivalent to 1/10 of Mikoto's level, just electrocution alone can't do anything to him. Ignoring the electricity on Mikoto's body, Wu Yan was only worried that the sound of Mikoto's electricity would wake Chuju up. If that happens, he'll be dead for sure. Compared to the powerful Mikoto, for some reason, Wu Yan is more afraid of Kaishima. Calm down. Seeing Mikoto's body getting more and more electric current and the sound getting louder and louder, Wu Yan started to get anxious. In his desperation, Wu Yan flipped over and pressed Mikoto down on the bed. He kept shaking his head to and fro, telling her to calm down. But Wu Yan apparently forgot that this kind of action is the prelude to some kind of pushing down action. The electricity on Mikoto's body had already disappeared. She was pushed down on the bed by Wu Yan and pressed down on Wu Yan's body. Seeing Wu Yan's face so close to hers, Mikoto's eyes rolled back and her mind went blank. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto strangely. Seeing that she's in a daze and not moving at all, he couldn't help but consider whether or not he should make a run for it. Beep. The sound of electricity flowed again. Mikoto's head was smoking and electricity was emitting from her forehead. She looked at Wu Yan as if she was looking at a dead man. The truth is, Mikoto really wanted to kill Wu Yan. No, she didn't want to, she already started to act. In a flash, Mikoto directed all the electricity to Wu Yan's body, trying to electrocute Wu Yan to death. The sudden electricity made Wu Yan gasp for breath. But in the blink of an eye, he returned to normal. Mikoto was obviously holding back. The electricity she released wasn't enough to hurt anyone. Thus, Wu Yan, who also had the ability to electrocute, took it all. He didn't receive any damage at all, not even a strand of his hair stood up. Hee little girl, your ability is useless against me. It's better if you listen to me obediently. Feeling that Mikoto was no longer a threat to him, Wu Yan was pleased. Mikoto looked at Wu Yan in surprise. With her mouth covered, she couldn't say anything so naturally, she couldn't ask any questions. But questions and whatnot can wait until after Sky takes care of this damned pervert. It won't be too late to ask. Electrocution didn't work. Does that mean Mikoto has no other methods? No, staying by Chuju's side for a while, Mikoto didn't learn nothing. She reached out and clenched her fist. With a red face, Mikoto punched Wu Yan, this shameless guy, away from her body. Then she quickly pulled the blanket over her body and buried her head in it. When did Wanihima have such strength? Lying on the floor, Wu Yan's head was full of such thoughts. She had enough strength to punch him away. Why did that Yuri girl Shiroi Kuriko touch his body when he overused his ability and ran out of electricity? This doesn't make sense. Chapter 50. Behemoth Forest. Back when Wu Yan left the place where he entered the dungeon, the bonfire was still glowing red. There were still some sparks in it that were not completely extinguished. No demons came here either. It was still the same as before Wu Yan entered the dungeon. Of course. Although Wu Yan had stayed in Butler Whirlwind's dungeon for a month, under the 100:1 ratio, not even a day had passed in the Spalier world. Wu Yan chose to return. Naturally, he returned to his original place. Two figures appeared out of thin air beside the bonfire. There was no warning at all. Wu Yan patted his clothes calmly and stepped on the bonfire to extinguish it. It was as if he had been here all along and had never left. Mikoto looked around curiously. She looked left and right as if she wanted to find out what was different about this place. However, it was obvious that she was disappointed. Putting aside the demons, Behemoth Forest was just a huge forest. It was no different from a normal forest. Mikoto turned her head away and said disappointedly, "What? Isn't it just a normal forest? I thought there was something different about it. Wu Yan tilted his head and laughed. So that's what you thought? Then I'll give you a surprise later. Mikoto looked at him without saying anything. Lightning flashed across her forehead. She humphed and said, "Then I'm really looking forward to it." Waving his hands, he decided to ignore her. This girl is still holding a grudge against him for what happened this morning. She clearly punched him in the face. Seriously? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and summon Chuju. Mikoto couldn't help but give him a big slap on the back when she saw him trying to act like he's deep in thought. This girl is definitely doing it on purpose. Wu Yan almost fell to the ground from Xianxia's slap. He touched his empty chest and rolled his eyes at her. Unfortunately, Xianxia ignored him. Pulling open the system list, Wu Yan directly tapped on the summon option. After casually stretching it a few times, Wu Yan quickly found the option for Chuju. Gui Chuju, a character from Butler Whirlwind, the student council president of the White Emperor College. 5,000 summoning points. That's right, 5,000 points. The guild leader was just that cheap. Even if she had a lot of love, she was only level 18 at the end of the day. Of course, it wouldn't be that expensive. Summoning Chuju was a piece of cake for Wu Yan. Even after summoning Mikoto, he only had 11,000 summoning points left. Wu Yan solemnly tapped on the summon option. Soon, the scene of him summoning Mikoto appeared in front of him. A ray of light flashed. Wu Yan and Mikoto couldn't help but raise their hands to shield their eyes. Chuju was drawn in the light. It was as if the light was a piece of paper and an invisible pen was drawing something on it. Chuju was slowly drawn just like that. When Chuju fully appeared in front of Wu Yan and Mikoto, the light disappeared. A very small but beautiful ray of light shot out from Chuju's body and connected to Wu Yan's body. After experiencing it once, Wu Yan wasn't as scared as before. He stood in place and looked at Chuju. Mikoto, on the other hand, looked at everything strangely. When she was first summoned, she hadn't woken up yet, just like how Chuju was now. Soon Wu Yan's heartbeat was synchronized with Chuju's. Then the ray of light broke and gathered into a ball of light that merged into Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan reflexively looked at his own body. He was puzzled. Although it was called life fusion, Wu Yan could feel the feeling of two people sharing one life. But he didn't know how to describe it. Chuju. Mikoto's voice drew Wu Yan's attention away from his own body. After completing the life fusion, Chuju had already woken up. She was together with Mikoto, looking around in surprise. From Chuju's point of view, Wu Yan and Mikoto had just said goodbye to her and disappeared into nothingness. Then she felt dizzy. Memories of the system, summoning, and basic information about Wu Yan suddenly appeared in her mind. When she finished digesting these memories, she opened her eyes and found herself in this forest. When Mikoto told her that this was a different world, Chuju was stunned. In the blink of an eye, something happened that she couldn't understand. This made Chuju sigh at the wonders of the system. Has the summoning ended? Didn't you say life fusion? Why don't I feel any changes? Chuju looked at her body strangely and asked Mikoto. I don't know either. Mikoto rubbed her chin and blinked. When I was summoned, I didn't feel any changes either. I just felt a sense of familiarity from Yen. Mikoto felt a little embarrassed towards the end, so she spoke very softly so that only Hinajiku could hear. That's true. Chuju looked at Wu Yan, who was standing in front of her with a head full of question marks. She felt a sense of familiarity from him and blushed a little. But then Chuju clasped her hands together and put them in front of her chest and smiled. Life fusion. The two girls in front of him whispered to each other. Wu Yan felt bored. A winner in life should be ostracized. Wu Yan already knew this. As long as he didn't get burned, anything would be fine. Clapping his hands to attract Mikoto and Chuju's attention, Wu Yan said. Hey, let's talk later. Let's talk about what to do next. What to do next? The two girls looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Yes. Wu Yan found a place to sit down and said to the two girls. Do we stay here? Or do we go out? What should we do if we stay here? Where do we go after we go out? Don't you think we should discuss this? Even if you say so. The two girls looked at each other and sat down in front of Wu Yan. We don't know what to do. That's why we need to discuss it. Wu Yan looked at them helplessly. Aren't they usually smart? One from White Emperor College and the other from Tokuwadai High. They are both noble schools. Originally he wanted to rely on them to give him some ideas. But the problem is we aren't familiar with this world. Mikoto stroked the tea-colored hair on her forehead and wrinkled her nose. If we have a map or something we can study it. But right now we don't know anything. How can we plan? Didn't you say it before? You've been in this world for 3 months. Then you should be more familiar with this world than us, right? Don't tell me you didn't plan it? Hinajuku seems to be a bit resistant to sitting on the empty ground. She kept fidgeting around restlessly as she told Wu Yan without a care in the world. But I haven't been to any place. Wu Yan smiled brightly. Although he has been in this world for 3 months, other than the behemoth forest and the supply town, Wu Yan hasn't been to any other place. As for a map or something, well, the system should have it. Wu Yan remembered that the system once asked him if he wanted to exchange for a map of the behemoth forest. When he first came to this world, the price was 3,000 item points. What a shameless system. You've been in this world for 3 months and you haven't left this forest. Mikoto looked at Wu Yan strangely. It's as if she's looking at a primitive barbarian, causing him to feel all sorts of irritation. I'm sorry if I don't know anything. Wu Yan pursed his lips and decided to ignore Mikoto's disdainful gaze. So Wu Yan looked at Chuju and asked, Chuju, what do you think? Both of them looked at Chuju at the same time. Chuju pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Yan, you said that people who are fused with your life can increase their strength through fighting monsters in the game, right? Hearing Chuju's question, Wu Yan paused for a moment and then nodded. Yes, to be exact, it should be to increase your level. As long as you keep fighting and defeating enemies, you can gain experience and level up. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Chuju smiled and looked at Wu Yan and Mikoto. He said seriously, Then Yan, Mikoto, I want to level up. You want to level up? Wu Yan and Mikoto were surprised. But after a while Mikoto understood. Wu Yan was a bit confused. In Wu Yan's mind, Kaisha-sama wasn't someone who cared about strength. Although she was a bit competitive, she always had a vague attitude towards strength. Her usual exercise was just purely because she liked to exercise. In the original work, after meeting the main character, she hated herself for being strong. She thought that she wasn't like a girl. So, when Kaisha-sama said that she wanted to level up, Wu Yan felt that it was a bit of a trap. Why do you want to level up? Wu Yan looked at Chuju curiously and asked. Chuju's eyes started to wander. She stuttered and didn't know what to say. In the end, she turned her head and said in a bad mood, Just think of it as because my ego is too strong. For some reason, Wu Yan heard a hint of complaint in Kaisha-sama's tone. Wu Yan laughed dryly and waved his hand. If that's the case, then let's level up Chuju first. Of course, this was also what Wu Yan wanted. After all, Kaisha-sama's level was a bit low. It was better to raise her level first. You raise her level. All right. Mikoto stood up and cracked her fingers. She smiled. Let's see what the demons that Yen mentioned look like and how strong they are. Hey, you're a girl. Don't crack your fingers. It's easy to scare kids. Are you a female pervert? Do you need to be so excited? Wu Yan looked at Mikoto in embarrassment. Didn't they say that Sis Canon would often show her shy and arrogant side? How come I'm a violent person? Buddy, you're a scammer. Of course. Mikoto said without turning her head. I've never seen a demons before. It's my first time fighting one too. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto speechlessly. He stood up and said to the two girls. Then it's decided. I remember that there's a level 20 bear around here. Your first time will be on it. What do you mean? Mikoto's smile froze. She looked at Wu Yan with a ferocious expression. The electric current on her forehead jumped happily. If Wu Yan said it again, it would jump on Wu Yan's body. Mama. With the same ability as Mikoto, Wu Yan was no longer afraid of Mikoto's electric shock. So teasing her was a surprise? Beep. You bastard. Mikoto gritted her teeth and looked at Wu Yan. She wanted to bite him. What happened in the morning also appeared in her mind. Her delicate little face blushed. Looking at the two who were at each other's throats, Chuju sighed helplessly. That's hint. Chapter 51. Is this the little bear you were talking about? Mikoto clenched her fists as she allowed the 3-meter-tall little bear to bare its fangs and brandish its claws at her. Her brown eyes weren't looking at the bear but at Wu Yan instead. Her forehead was pulsing with a dangerous bluish-white light. Chuju also had an embarrassed expression as she looked at the little bear Wu Yan was talking about. Her white cherry blossom was frozen in place. "Isn't this a little bear?" Wu Yan said with a matter-of-fact expression. Compared to the other monsters in the behemoth forest, this 3-meter-tall bear wasn't tall at all. It could only be considered small. When Wu Yan first arrived in this world, he met a level 10 wind snake. Even though it was only level 10, it was still close to 4 meters tall. Even tier 1 monsters were around that size. This level 20 bear really wasn't that big. Huff, huff. Mikoto took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in her heart. She opened her hand and shot an electric bolt at the bear. She vented all her anger on the bear. At this moment, it was as if she was possessed by a demon. Her opponent was only a level 20 monster, but she used all her strength to torture this bear. Listening to the continuous roars of the bear, or more accurately, the cries of agony, Wu Yan couldn't help but shiver. He felt like he's about to step into the gates of hell. Even Hinajuku laughed dryly and took a few steps back. The brown bear crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chuju felt her body lighten. A comfortable feeling spread through her body. She smiled happily and clasped her arms that were strengthened a little. She nodded in satisfaction. Wu Yan also nodded and opened the status list. Chuju's status was below Mikoto's and Mikoto's status was below his. They formed a vertical line. Character: Gui Chuju ability: None strength, D endurance, D agility, D spirit, C equipment, white cherry, D rank, level 19. Wu Yan had asked the system about the status of the summoned character. Although it was different from his own character, it was just a matter of the specific attribute. It was the same as the grading of equipment. The lowest was level D and the highest was level S. If it was lower than level D, it would only show the word none. Could it be that displaying none meant that there was none? If a person's strength displayed none, then wouldn't that person not even have the strength to walk? Wu Yan cursed in his heart more than once. The system's status was a trap. Back then his status was displayed as a great synonym for human. So this is leveling up? I can feel that I have become a little stronger. Chuju waved her hands and said with a smile. Level up? That bear is only level 20, right? How did it help Chuju gain a level? Mikoto said as she kicked the bear under her feet. Wu Yan shrugged. It's easier to level up in the early stages. It's just like a game. Later on it's harder. Mikoto, you killed so many demons in the barrier and you only gained a level. It wasn't just Mikoto, even Wu Yan himself felt that leveling up was getting harder. A level 60 Orochi demon, 15 levels higher than him, only gave him 4 levels. That was because it was easier to level up, but it wasn't so easy to level up. If it wasn't for the ability gain, that gave Wu Yan a level 4 ability and forced him to level 50, who knows how long it would take for him to reach this level. That's true, who knows when I can reach level 70. Mikoto lowered her head and said softly. Right now she urgently needed strength. Only with enough strength can she defeat Accelerator and save her sisters. Wu Yan once said that if she wasn't summoned she wouldn't have any chance of winning against Accelerator. When she was first summoned by Wu Yan, Mikoto was level 68. Even though she gained a level, Accelerator's strength was enough to make her have no chance of winning. Level 70. Definitely level 70 tier 8 strength. The gap between levels is very hard to bridge. It's already like this when you're at a lower level, let alone when you reach Mikoto's level. The gap between levels is unimaginable. Just leveling up by 1 level is definitely not enough to bridge the gap. Only by reaching level 70 can I have a chance of winning. Not only that, in order to completely save the sisters, I'll have to face Alistair, the chairman of Academy City. He's an existence even stronger than Accelerator, he's at least tier 8, and the so-called angel. If I want to save my sisters I'll have to face them. That's why I need to get stronger. Wu Yan saw Mikoto's expression. Wu Yan sighed and patted her shoulder, comforting her. As long as we don't enter your world, it'll always be in a frozen state. That's why we have time. Mikoto, don't worry, take it slow. There's plenty of time. Yen. Mikoto looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Can I really save all my sisters? Not, we. Wu Yan corrected her with a smile. Our lives are intertwined, we're fated to be together forever. Your matter is my matter, how can you forget about me? Who wants to be with you forever? Mikoto was provoked by Wu Yan's words. Her voice went from low to stuttering. That panicked look is cute no matter how you look at it. Finally, she's acting tsundere. Wu Yan smiled. In Wu Yan's mind, Mikoto's tsundere is normal. Don't worry, even if they're the boss, we're still the main characters. They're fated to be defeated by us. Hearing Wu Yan's confident words, Mikoto nodded her head heavily. Her expression was firm. No matter what, the sisters must be saved. From the moment Wu Yan and Mikoto started talking, Chuju fell into silence. Regarding Mikoto's thoughts, Chuju understood a little bit. That's why she didn't interrupt. She only looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of inexplicable ferocity. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh dryly. Narrowing her eyes, Chuju gave Wu Yan a threatening look. Then she pulled Mikoto's hand and said, "Alright, let's continue leveling up. I still want to become stronger." Without any explanation, she pulled Mikoto away. Chuju didn't even give Wu Yan a chance to speak and went into the bushes. This made Wu Yan feel helpless. The Crystal Palace. Sure enough, it's not easy to open. Where are we going, Chuju? Mikoto tilted her head and looked at Chuju. They don't know the way in the Behemoth Forest. Without Wu Yan leading the way, the probability of getting lost is as high as 99%. Let's just look around and see if there are any demonic beasts. If you walk around like this, will you really meet any demonic beasts? I'm a real man. Didn't Yen say that there aren't many things here but demonic beasts are? I think we should be able to meet them if we walk around. F***ck, I did say that. But demonic beasts aren't something you can meet just by walking around in the bushes. Do you think they're insects? Demonic beasts. Hee, like I said, we'll meet them if we walk around. See, isn't this it? Yeah, but this demonic beast looks like... Hearing the sound from the bushes, Wu Yan felt awkward. Alright, there are demonic beasts that like to walk around in the bushes. With Mikoto around, Wu Yan wasn't afraid that the two girls would encounter any danger. After all, this is just the outer edge of the Behemoth Forest. The highest level demonic beast Wu Yan has seen is only level 30. Beep. A special event has been detected. Sudden mission issued. Sudden mission. Rescue. Mission 1. Kill all saber-tooth hounds in the vicinity. Current progress. 0. 20 mission reward. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 3000. Mission 2. Kill all Iron Dog mercenary group members in the vicinity. Current progress. 0. 20 mission reward. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 7000. Mission 3. Rescue the kidnapped Liren and kill the vice leader of the Iron Dog mercenary group. Mission reward. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 10,000. The system's voice surprised Wu Yan. Sudden mission? Rescue? These 3 missions, it seems like the killing part is more than the rescuing part. A special event has been detected? Is it referring to kidnapping? System, when did you become a cuckold pacifist? Wah. That's disgusting. Don't come over. Mikoto and Chuju. Wu Yan stepped on the ground and shot out like an arrow towards the direction of Mikoto and Chuju. When he saw the two girls. What happened? Looking at the two girls' shocked faces, Wu Yan hurriedly asked. At the same time he looked at their bodies, and when he didn't find any injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. What a disgusting dog. How come there are dogs in the forest? Chuju pointed at a beast in the distance and said with a disgusted face. Dog. Wu Yan was startled and turned his head to look. He saw a dog with long fangs and broken teeth standing there baring its fangs at Wu Yan and the girls. There wasn't a single piece of fur on its body. It was a bald dog that was almost as tall as the two girls. Most importantly, its mouth was dripping saliva. It looked disgusting. Saber-tooth hound, level 20. I think that instead of calling it a saber-tooth hound, it's more realistic to call it a bald dog. But it really is disgusting. Looking at the saber-tooth hound with a wretched face and saliva dripping from its mouth, Wu Yan waved his hand and the Nyamano Shana appeared in his hand. Without even drawing his sword, Wu Yan raised the Nyamano Shana and flashed in front of the saber-tooth hound. He smashed the Nyamano Shana into the dog's face. Woo! The saber-tooth hound flew up high and landed heavily on the ground. It let out a whimper and its face caved in as it kicked on the ground. Wu Yan rubbed the Nyamano Shana's scabbard on the ground in disgust. Fortunately, the scabbard wasn't stained with the dog's saliva. Otherwise, Wu Yan would have to consider changing the scabbard. Yen. Mikoto and Hinajiku couldn't help but flinch at the sudden turn of events. They didn't understand why Wu Yan sent the dog flying without saying anything. By the time they regained their senses, Wu Yan had already kicked the dog's body and the dog stopped moving. Wu Yan walked over to the two girls and he frowned as he told them. The system just sent me a quest. A quest? Mikoto and Chuju looked at each other. What quest? Take a look for yourselves. Wu Yan shared the quest with the two girls. This was a function that only Wu Yan's summons could use. Is it the same type of dog that we killed? So there are 19 of them. Chuju twisted her face as if she was disgusted. Tibetith Hound. Iron Hound mercenary group. Mikoto pondered. It seems like this Iron Hound mercenary group is raising these disgusting dogs. Yes, it should be. Wu Yan nodded. Also, they seem to have kidnapped someone called Li Lin. Kidnapping? How tasteless. Mikoto said angrily. Living on the bright side of Academy City and having a discipline committee junior sister, Mikoto didn't see these kinds of people. She also abnormally hated them. This is the so-called sense of justice. Chapter 52. So, our mission is to kill everyone in this mercenary group and rescue this person called Liren? Chuju looked at the mission details again and asked Wu Yan. Yeah, the quest also said that they are nearby, so it saved us a lot of effort. Wu Yan looked around and he waved the Niatono Shana around with a smile. Kill everyone. Mikoto frowned, her delicate little face wrinkled like a bitter gourd, as if she was struggling with something. Killing people, wouldn't it be too? Chuju's face was also a bit unnatural. In the end, these two girls are very resistant to killing people. Wu Yan of course knows that it's impossible to ask them to kill people. If that's the case, they won't be the Chuju and Mikoto he knows. Wu Yan just smiled and knocked their heads with the hilt of his sword. I didn't ask you to kill people, don't worry, I will do it myself. At the same time they covered their forehead with their hands. Chuju and Mikoto glared at Wu Yan then nodded, but their faces are still a bit ugly. Wu Yan sighed. I say, for this kind of mercenary group that likes to kidnap people, you won't have pity on them, right? Without waiting for Mikoto and Chuju to answer, Wu Yan directly said, This world isn't as beautiful as you think. In this world where strength is everything, there will be some people who rely on their strength to do whatever they want. These people shouldn't be pitied. Hinajiku and Mikoto paused for a moment before falling silent. The two girls are smart enough to know that the phenomenon Wu Yan is talking about is real. Wu Yan tilted his head and raised his sword. I won't ask you to do things you don't want to do, because if you do, you won't be you anymore, but I hope that you don't bring unnecessary mercy into this world. It's a bit unrealistic. It's more than unrealistic. If not, it will harm others and themselves. Of course, Wu Yan didn't want to say it in such a cruel way in front of these two girls. I know. Chuju snorted with dissatisfaction, then said in a small voice, At most, I won't look later. Mikoto pulled herself together and lifted her chin. She wasn't an unreasonable person. Ever since she found out about her sisters, she was prepared to accept the darkness. Of course, accepting it didn't mean accepting it. She just needed to recognize the reality. As for the darkness, looking at Wu Yan's back, Mikoto muttered, He is shouldering it for me. On the other hand, Chuju was more open-minded. Since you did something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. This is the righteous Kaishasama's thought. Well, the punishment is a bit heavy. Wu Yan stood there waiting for the two girls to mentally prepare themselves. Even though Wu Yan himself hasn't killed anyone, but in his heart there's nothing he can't get over. He's not as weak as before, otherwise he wouldn't have chopped off Slime's hand. If that's the case, Yan, I'll leave that mercenary group to you. As for those sharp-fanged hounds. Chuju placed White Cherry in front of her and touched her, then smiled. Leave it to me. Leave the dogs to you? Wu Yan looked at Chuju unsure. After all, those dogs are level 20 monsters. Chuju is only level 19, leaving the dogs to her isn't a good idea. Don't look down on me. Wu Yan's eyes told Chuju what he's thinking. Chuju was a bit stubborn. Even if they're a level higher than me, I won't necessarily lose. Wu Yan was a bit hesitant. I know level doesn't mean everything, but you're not dealing with one, you're dealing with a pack. Hey, did you forget about me? Mikoto stood on her tiptoes and looked like she's ready to go. These dogs may be a little low class, but they're more than a little disgusting. I, Misaka Mikoto, don't have the heart to do anything to them. All right. It seems that if he doesn't get their help they won't be satisfied. Wu Yan could only nod in agreement. Leave the people to me and the dogs to you. After you're done with them, go rescue that person called Liren. Let's find the people from that mercenary group first. Mikoto raised her hand. The mission said that they're around here. Chuju looked around for a while, but other than bushes there's more bushes. Including that vice leader, there's a total of 21 people, 19 dogs and 1 person to watch. With such a scale there's no way they wouldn't leave any traces behind. Let's search carefully. With Mikoto's and my ability to sense electromagnetic waves, we should be able to find some traces if the area isn't too big. Wu Yan closed his eyes and a trace of electricity flashed through his hair. Mikoto did the same and a blue and white light flashed on her forehead. Chuju had heard that Wu Yan could use Mikoto's ability, so she wasn't surprised. But here she couldn't help much. She could only helplessly stay at the side and prevent the dogs from sneaking up on them. Got it. Mikoto suddenly opened her eyes. Hearing Mikoto's voice, Wu Yan also quickly opened his eyes and looked at her with Chuju. Mikoto pointed in a direction and said to the two, "In that direction I can feel the existence of electricity. It looks like static electricity and there's a lot of it. It should be in that direction." "You can even feel static electricity?" Chuju looked at Mikoto with a bit of surprise. Static electricity, although it's also electricity, but is it something that can be sensed by humans? Because the distance isn't too far and there's no power plant, electrical appliances, or electrical wires to interfere with electricity, so I can more or less sense it. Mikoto tapped her chin and smiled at Chuju. "Is it in this direction?" Wu Yan looked into the distance and then turned around. "Then let's go. We don't know if they'll do anything to harm Liren, so it's better to hurry." Chuju and Mikoto nodded and then went into the forest with Wu Yan, rushing in a certain direction. After a while, some small sounds entered the ears of the three. Wu Yan knew that the person should be in that direction, so he slowed down his pace and signaled Chuju and Mikoto. The three crept forward. They stopped behind a tree that was big enough to block the three of them. Wu Yan peeked out an eye and looked out. A group of armored mercenaries were either standing or sitting next to a bonfire. These mercenaries were vigilantly looking around with weapons in their hands as they patrolled the area. There was also a group of sharp-toothed hounds walking around. Each of the sharp-toothed hounds had a ferocious face and saliva dripped from their mouths. They looked very disgusting. The sharp-toothed hounds were all level 20, and the mercenaries were between level 20 and 30. They looked like Tier 3 warriors. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but furrow his brows. Tier 3 warriors looked low level, but they weren't cabbages. Thinking back, when Lulu came to the behemoth forest to train, she only had 30 or so Tier 3 warriors by her side. Although it was because of Fei Fei that she didn't need too many guards by her side, not everyone could be matched with such guards. But now, in a mercenary group, there were 20 Tier 3 warriors and 20 tamed magic beasts. This mercenary group was definitely not simple. What Wu Yan cared about the most was the middle-aged man sitting by the campfire, drinking wine in big gulps. Tieli, level 40. That's right, it was this middle-aged man called Tieli. He was actually a Tier 5 warrior and he was only a vice leader. In other words, there was a leader and this leader should at least be stronger than him. A vice leader with so many experts by his side, all for the sake of kidnapping a person. Adding on the special event mentioned by the system, Wu Yan felt as if he was involved in an inexplicable dispute. Someone elbowed his waist. It was Chuju. Chuju called out to Wu Yan, then pointed in a direction. Wu Yan looked over and was stunned. In front of a tree, a little blonde girl around 10 years old was tied up and lying on the ground. Her face was delicate and pretty. Even if she was compared to a small Masaka, she wouldn't lose out. At this time, there were still tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. Looking at the mercenaries surrounding her, her face was full of fear. Seeing this, if Wu Yan still didn't know that the person called Liren was the one who was kidnapped, Wu Yan should find a mental hospital for the elderly and hide in it. What he didn't expect was that the person who was kidnapped was actually a little loli and a very cute one at that. As a veteran lolicon, Wu Yan. No, I'm not a lolicon. Wu Yan, who was already starting to lose his mind and shout that he wasn't a lolicon in his heart, didn't realize that there were already 2 half-loli beside him that had just passed their sell-by date. "Vice leader, when are we leaving the behemoth forest?" A mercenary who looked more experienced came to Tieli's side and asked in a low voice. Tieli fiercely gulped down a mouthful of wine and exclaimed loudly. He then turned to look at the mercenary and said casually, "Ah, soon. After a while, when the news from Big Brother comes, we can leave the behemoth forest." "Good. After staying here for so long, I'm about to grow hair all over my body." Tieli disdainfully turned his face away and said while drinking wine, "Aren't you just thinking about women? You can't hide that from me." After being seen through by Tieli, the mercenary who asked the question didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead he smiled and said, "Of course, how can I hide my thoughts from Vice Leader? I really can't stand it in this forest where there isn't even a single woman, just you." Tieli shook the empty bottle and picked up another bottle from the ground. With a light pinch, the bottle cap flew out on its own. Tieli swallowed a mouthful and laughed out loud. "Even if I let you go out, you still wouldn't be able to find anything good. Yet you are still willing to put in effort on that kind of trash, truly useless. Vice Leader, how can my taste compare to yours? Besides, it's already good enough that there is one. I'm just afraid that there isn't." The mercenary looked at Tieli with a fawning expression, looking like a lackey. "If you want a woman, it's easy." Tieli looked at the little lowly Liren and grinned with a perverted expression. "When Big Brother doesn't need this girl anymore, I'll play with her once. At that time, if you like her, I'll reward her to you." The mercenary looked at Tieli with a surprised expression. "Thank you, Vice Leader." Then the two of them burst out laughing. "Those two bastards," Mikoto said with hatred. Tieli and the mercenary's words just now were heard by the three of them. Mikoto was really angry at these guys who even had ideas about a little girl. "Let's take care of all of them later." Wuyen was also a bit angry. The little loli was meant to be loved, but those two bastards actually wanted to eat her. And such a cute little loli. Even if it's for the lolicons, they must be cut up. Mikoto and Chuju nodded at the same time. The conversation between Tieli and the mercenary had thoroughly angered them. Originally, they didn't have the heart to kill them for a mission, but all of them were thrown into the smelly ditch by the two girls. Just like Yen said, in this world there are some people who deserve to die. There's no need to pity them. Chapter 53. Mikoto, Chuju, you guys kill the dogs first. I'll deal with the minions first, then I'll deal with the big one. Wu Yen said softly to Mikoto and Chuju. At the same time he slowly pulled out the Nyatama Shana. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Chuju." Mikoto nodded when she saw Wu Yen looking at her. "What?" Hearing Mikoto's words, Hinajuku straightened her back in dissatisfaction. "I'm not a kid, do you really need to keep an eye on me?" Wu Yen said helplessly. "I say, Kaishisama, this is for your own good. Your level is still low, wait until your level is higher, then you can do whatever you want. For now, be a good girl and cooperate with Mikoto." "I know, it's not like I don't understand." Chuju walked to Mikoto's side and said angrily. "At least leave me one, I want to help too." Wu Yen and Mikoto looked at each other and nodded after a while. "Alright, Chuju, you deal with one, it'll be good for you to increase your combat experience. Against one with Hinajuku's ability, she should be able to do it. Although it's a battle of a higher rank, but the difference between rank 2 and rank 3 isn't that big, and the dog isn't as cunning as a human, so the battle should be much easier." He casually traded 100,000 item points for a bottle of resplendent breath. He brought it in front of Hinajuku and told her in a serious tone. "If you encounter any danger, drink this, don't take any risks." "It's fine, be good." Wu Yen forcefully shoved the bottle into Chuju's hands. He looked straight into Chuju's yellow-green eyes and said word by word. "To me, you're much more precious than that stupid potion. Don't even talk about 100,000 item points, even if it's 100 times or 1,000 times more, it's still not worth a drop of your blood." Looking at Wu Yan's serious face, Chuju's face reddened. She took the bottle and held it tightly in her hand. Mikoto was also shocked by Wu Yan's words. She's only 14 years old, when did she ever hear such mushy words? She felt a little shy and a little envious. She looked at Wu Yan with a little warmth and dissatisfaction. Woof, woof. Suddenly, a dog barked urgently, startling Wu Yan and the other two who were hiding in the dark. Following this dog barking, a series of dog barks followed. At this moment, a pack of sharp-toothed hounds were barking at Wu Yan and the other two. They were barking while running towards Wu Yan and the other two. They were drooling all the way, looking extremely sloppy. Seeing their own dogs barking, the mercenaries raised their weapons and pointed them at Wu Yan and the other two. Tai Li was also shocked. After he reacted, he smashed the bottle in his hand on the ground and ran to Liren's side. He ignored her struggling and held her under his armpit. He looked at the tree where Wu Yan and the other two were hiding. Facing the incoming sloppy hounds, Wu Yan almost cursed out loud. Before he could do anything, Mikoto happily released an electric net and pulled all the hounds to the side. How could she not be happy? The three of them were assigned tasks. Wu Yan was in charge of chopping people while she and Chuju were in charge of killing the hounds. However, the hounds were always with the mercenaries. Mikoto was still having a headache about how to lure them out. Now she didn't need to do anything. Those shameless hounds were courting death and were charging towards them. Naturally, Mikoto used an electric net and pulled them to the side to slowly slaughter them. Chuju pulled the crystal sword in her hand and ran to the side. She picked up one of the hounds and started a battle between man and beast. "Who are you people?" While shouting questions, the mercenaries began to charge towards Mikoto and Chuju. From the looks of it, they didn't have any intention of asking questions. They just wanted to kill them. Tai Li saw Mikoto and Chuju who were fighting the hounds. When he saw the two girls, his eyes flashed with amazement. Then he became perverted again. His eyes darted around as if he wanted to capture them alive. When he saw Tai Li's eyes darting between Mikoto and Chuju, Wu Yan, who was familiar with all kinds of melodramatic dramas, naturally knew what he was thinking. With a sneer, Wu Yan stepped out from behind the tree and shot towards the mercenaries who were charging towards Mikoto and Chuju. In Wu Yan's heart, these people were already dead. The mercenaries who were running around happily. Before they could even get close to Mikoto and Chuju, a silver light flashed in the middle of them. It was like a dancing firefly. Unfortunately, it wasn't a firefly that was dancing but a cold blade. One of the mercenaries suddenly stopped in his tracks and attracted the puzzled gaze of the other mercenaries. Before they could ask, the mercenary groaned and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. Covering his neck with both hands, his eyes were wide open and filled with fear. Blood suddenly flowed down from his neck and dyed his hands red. He looked at his companions around him and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something but he couldn't make a sound. Then he slowly fell to the ground and stopped breathing. He was the mercenary who was talking to Tai Li just now. Before the surrounding mercenaries could cry out in shock, a blood-curdling scream rang out. One of the mercenaries stared in disbelief at the blade that had pierced through his chest, but there wasn't a single drop of blood on it. He closed his eyes in horror. Pulling out the blade, Wu Yan retreated to avoid the spurt of blood. Then he sped up to the side of another mercenary. Under his desperate gaze, Wu Yan slashed down again. The blade of death began to dance. In an instant, the three Tier 3 mercenaries didn't even get to see the face of the culprit who killed them. They only saw the silver blade, but it was the last thing they saw in their lives. Then they went to Sanatagawa to report to the girl with the scythe. When the three of them fell to the ground and Wu Yan appeared in front of them, the mercenaries finally understood what happened. Wu Yan lightly moved his feet, causing the surrounding mercenaries to take a few steps back in fear. They raised their weapons at Wu Yan, but no one dared to rush forward. Tai Li retracted his gaze from Mikoto and Chuju and looked at Wu Yan and the mercenaries. Glancing at the three mercenaries on the ground, Tai Li didn't feel sad or angry. Instead, he immediately shouted at the other mercenaries, "What are you doing? Hurry up and attack. Kill him for me." The mercenaries looked at each other and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Under the threatening gaze of their vice leader, they braced themselves and shouted as they waved their weapons at Wu Yan. Wu Yan saw that Tai Li didn't intend to take the little lowly Liren as a hostage and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If Tai Li wanted to use Liren as a hostage to threaten him, then he wouldn't be able to do anything. Unless Mikoto used her level advantage to take Liren back from him, but that would be too risky. It would be best if that wasn't the case. The mercenaries' weapons were about to reach him. Wu Yan smiled faintly and waved the Nyamano Shana in his hand. After a few crisp sounds, the weapons in the mercenaries' hands all broke into two and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of scrap metal. "Mass armament!" Tai Li exclaimed, then looked at the Nyamano Shana in Wu Yan's hand, his eyes filled with greed. To be able to so easily cut the mercenaries' weapons in half, only the legendary armament could have such power. Although Tai Li was already at the 5th rank, he still didn't have a mass armament. He had always been holding a decent greatsword. He had already started to gather money to get himself a mass armament. Now he didn't need to plan for it himself, someone had already delivered it to him. In Tai Li's eyes, this armament had already been branded with his name. In just a short while this common armament would be his. What are you guys waiting for? Tai Li roared at the mercenaries surrounding Wu Yan, then continued to look at the Nyamano Shana in Wu Yan's hand with his disgusted eyes. Beauties and whatnot, he could have as many as he wanted. As long as he had strength he wouldn't have to worry about not having beauties. The armament was something that could increase his strength. What's more, now that the armament was here and so were the beauties. Tai Li felt that today was his lucky day. As long as he got rid of that man, everything would be in his pocket. With his strength at the 5th rank, how could these young guys who looked like they hadn't even reached adulthood be his opponent? Therefore Tai Li was full of confidence at this time. The only thing missing was the words, "I want it," written on his face. Tai Li's eyes had been blinded by greed. How could he not think that someone who could have a mass armament would be an ordinary person? Indeed, Wu Yan, Mikoto and Chuju all looked very young. Although Wu Yan was already 20 years old, his mischievous smile would only make people think that he was a young boy. What's more, in Tai Li's eyes 20 years old was the age to drink milk. At this age, other than the geniuses of the big families, who else could have a little strength? As for Mikoto and Chuju, needless to say, with their petite bodies and childish faces, they were still underage. However, Tai Li miscalculated this time. Age wasn't a distance and height wasn't a problem. Other than Chuju, there was no way he could beat a man and 2 women who were jumping around in front of him. If Chuju drank the bottle of resplendent breath, he wouldn't be able to beat them either. 3 hours was enough to pester him to death. Wu Yan naturally heard Tai Li's flirtatious mass armament. He couldn't help but sneer. Mass armament? That level of armament has already been eliminated by me. The Nyamano Shana is a rare armament. I also have a mass armament, it's in my interspatial ring. Unfortunately, no one wants to use it. Wu Yan didn't waste any more words. With a sway of his body he rushed towards the side mercenaries. The Nyamano Shana in his hand drew a delicate and beautiful arc. Every time he drew a line, a pool of blood would splatter. And every time this happened, a mercenary would fall. Wu Yan shuttled through the mercenaries at an incredible speed. The mercenaries only saw a blur in front of their eyes before they fell to the ground with blood splattering from their bodies. The sound of the mercenaries falling to the ground and the sound of the Nyamano Shana penetrating their bodies formed a rhythm. It was like an accent and a soft note. A soft note would be followed by an accent. Only 30 seconds had passed. 30 seconds later, all the mercenaries were lying on the ground, unable to stand up again. Ding. Quest 2 completed. Obtained 7,000 equipment points, item points, ability points and summoning points. 20 Tier 3 mercenaries all fell to the ground dead. Wu Yan's Quest 2 was also completed. Their deaths brought Wu Yan's income. It had to be said that this was a bit ironic. Wu Yan glanced at the mercenaries on the ground, then looked disdainfully at Tai Li's stiff face. He flung the Nyamano Shana that was dripping with blood. The blood on the blade was easily flung away, and the Nyamano Shana's blade regained its shine. Wu Yan carried the Nyamano Shana and walked in front of Tai Li. Looking at the gloomy Tai Li and the little lowly Liren struggling under his armpit, Wu Yan pointed the Nyamano Shana at Tai Li and shouted, "Hey! Put down the lowly in your hand." Chapter 54. Hey! Put down the lowly in your hand. That soul-stirring shout left a series of echoes in this crossbow situation. It made the dog beating paused, the confrontation embarrassed and the hostage stunned. The only thing missing was a few crows flying over and shouting "idiot." Even if Wu Yan was a super thick-skinned person, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The consequence of excessive pranking was that it attracted the disdainful gazes of the 2 girls and the disbelieving gaze of the little lowly Liren. Perhaps, they were already thinking that they were about to escape from the tiger's mouth and enter the wolf's den. Or perhaps Wu Yan's words really made some people unable to continue watching. Therefore their battle strife instantly exploded and turned the group of bald dogs into dead dogs. Ding. Mission 1 completed. Obtained 3,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. When this system notification sounded, a brown figure and a pink figure instantly appeared beside Wu Yan. They extended their fists and very tacitly smashed Wu Yan's head at the same time, making Wu Yan lie on the ground. Chuju retracted her hand and took a deep breath. She looked at Tai Li and Liren, who were a little stunned, and said, "Just now, the method of opening was wrong. Please ignore it and return to the show. Put down the little girl in your hand." Hearing Chuju's words, Liren regained her senses and began a new round of struggle. Tai Li's face was a little ugly. He felt like he was being played. Tai Li snorted coldly and tightened his grip on Liren. His rat-like eyes swept back and forth between Chuju and Mikoto. After a while he smiled and said, "Sure, as long as you obey me, I'll let her go." Tai Li's "sure" startled the two girls, who only wanted to say some polite words and secretly prepared for battle. After hearing Tai Li's words, the two girls' eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent and looked at Tai Li with anger. She activated her superpower. Mikoto's eyes narrowed dangerously. This was a sign that she was going to use violence. She was already thinking about how many volts of electricity she should release to turn him into a frog that flops around on two legs. Lightning element magician. Tai Li looked at Mikoto in surprise and then excitedly licked his lips. Magicians were very rare. He didn't expect this little girl to be a magician. This made Tai Li, who had indulged countless women, excited. In the past, among the women he had slept with, there were not many warriors, let alone magicians. Now that he could have a taste of a magician, Tai Li's heart instantly heated up. After playing with her, he could raise her and train her to be his right-hand man in the future. There was nothing more honorable than taking a beautiful magician out. Thinking of this, Tai Li wanted the two girls in front of him even more. A fervent expression appeared on his face. Of course, the concept of those who can afford to be a magician must have a certain background and strength has already been thrown to the back of his mind. Arrogance and greed can really make a person unable to open his eyes. Not only Mikoto, but even Chuju was disgusted by Tai Li's disgusting expression. Pointing her white cherry at Tai Li, Chuju coldly said, "Looks like if we don't teach you a lesson, you really won't listen to our words. You better think carefully before deciding what to do." Tai Li raised Liren in front of him and proudly smiled at Mikoto and Chuju. "Don't think that you can beat me just because you got rid of a bunch of trash. Putting aside the fact that I'm a 5th-rank warrior, the current situation is very advantageous for me." "You bastard." Mikoto angrily looked at Tai Li and angrily said, "Not only did you use a little girl as a threat, you also called your companions trash." Calling them trash is thinking too highly of them." Tai Li laughed out loud and said, "You can't even deal with a few little kids. Keeping them alive is just a waste of time. Even if you don't deal with them, I will eliminate all of them in the future. Trash has no value to exist." "Bastard." Mikoto and Chuju were thoroughly enraged. They couldn't wait to tear Tai Li into pieces while he was laughing, but Liren was helplessly struggling in his hands, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Tai Li proudly laughed. "What? Not talking anymore? I already said it's okay. As long as you follow me, I will guarantee that this little girl will be fine." "Is that so? Then I really have to thank you." "You're welcome." Tai Li suddenly froze. A sense of danger burst out from his heart. When this feeling appeared, a silver-white blade suddenly appeared in front of him and pierced towards his forehead. The blade in front of him emitted a cold aura like that of a viper. Tai Li's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle, and an aghast expression appeared on his face. At this moment of crisis, Tai Li roared and mobilized all of his Do Qi. He didn't care about the pain from the rapid flow of Do Qi in his body, and used all of his strength to turn his head to the side. At this critical moment he just happened to dodge this fatal attack. The blade brushed past his ear and he could even feel the cold temperature of the blade. Cold sweat involuntarily slid down his forehead. He never felt that death was so close to him. Tai Li's legs began to tremble slightly. After the attack failed, the silver-white blade stopped moving and stopped beside Tai Li's ear. At the same time, a hand that was completely different from the cold temperature of the blade was placed on Tai Li's hand, and Tai Li's hand was holding Liren. Beep. Blue and white electric current flashed from this hand to Tai Li's hand, and the electric current passed through Tai Li's body. Tai Li cried out in pain and his whole body was paralyzed. His hand trembled and he loosened his grip on Liren. Another lightning magician. Impossible. Isn't he a sword user? Isn't he a warrior? How can Dou Qi and magic exist in a human body at the same time? Tai Li couldn't believe it in his heart. Naturally, he didn't know that Wu Yan didn't have any Dou Qi or magic at all. His sword skills relied on his body, and his lightning relied on his calculation ability. The owner of the hand grabbed Liren, who was in free fall, and pulled her into his arms. He looked at Tai Li with a smile, but his eyes were filled with coldness. The hand holding the sword fiercely slapped Tai Li back and he flew into a tree. Yen. Mikoto and Chuju ran over as if they expected this. They didn't say anything and took the little lowly Liren from Wu Yan's hand. They put her on the ground and untied her while looking at Wu Yan with vigilance. Wu Yan laughed dryly, but he didn't say anything. It seems that the declaration of lowly just now really pissed them off. What? The soft cloth in her mouth was removed by Chuju, and the little lowly Liren pounced into Chuju's arms. She cried like she was wronged. Don't cry, don't cry. Chuju and Mikoto hurriedly comforted the little lowly. Maybe it was because the two girls gave Liren a different feeling, so Liren was relieved and ignored Tai Li, who got up from the ground. Her crying made Chuju and Mikoto's heart ache, but it also made Wu Yan's head hurt. Wu Yan was most afraid of girls crying, especially cute girls. Damn it. Little bastard. Tai Li got up with an ashen face and looked at Wu Yan's group with a ferocious expression. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and grinned. You think you can win by ambushing me when I was careless? That's fine, I'll let you see the power of a tier 5 warrior, you puny ant. The question of why Wu Yan can use both battle skills and magic at the same time has already been tossed aside by the furious Tai Li. What's more, Tai Li didn't even put Wu Yan in his eyes. In his opinion, Wu Yan is still young. Even if he's a magician, there's no way he can be stronger than Tai Li. He only relied on the advantage of a sneak attack to embarrass Tai Li. Therefore, Tai Li, who thought he was strong, couldn't help but be angry. You're just an ant, how dare you stain my clothes with dust. As for the matter of Liren being taken back, Tai Li didn't care. As long as he killed that little bastard and took her back, it would be fine. And together with those two girls. While Tai Li's self-confidence broke through the sky, Wu Yan, Mikoto and Chuju were speechless. The power of a tier 5 warrior? Sorry, but there's a tier 6 and a tier 7 warrior here. Oni-chan. A soft voice came from the tear-stained Liren, making Wu Yan's expression change. He almost knelt down and took out his lollipop. Liren pursed her lips, making people want to take everything in the world back to her. She lifted her head from Chuju's embrace and looked at Wu Yan, sobbing. Oni-chan, this person is very strong, even the guards were defeated by him. We should run away quickly. Even though the little lowly Liren was still young, she still had the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil. The person who kidnapped her was undoubtedly a bad guy, and her brothers and sisters who came to save her were the good guys. If she didn't think like this, she wouldn't be hiding in Hinajiku's embrace like a baby bird. At the same time, after seeing Tai Li's strength, Liren is naturally worried that the big brothers and sisters who came to save her will die in Tai Li's hands like her guards. Wu Yan doesn't have the ability to read minds, so naturally he didn't know what Liren is thinking. If he knew, Wu Yan would definitely grab her collar and yell at her without caring about anything else. This brother is not a good person. Don't just give people a card. However, he could hear the worry in the little lowly Liren's voice. Thus, he gave her a comforting smile and waved the Nyeten Shana in his hand. Looking at the self-righteous Tai Li, the corner of his mouth twitched. Don't worry, little girl. This self-righteous fat pig thinks that he's a powerhouse just because he's wearing armor. I'll slowly teach him the consequences of having designs on other people's women. Not for anything else, even if it wasn't for the mission, and not for my hatred for this pig, but for your sweet, Onion. I will help you kill this fat pig that makes you cry today. What did you say? Tai Li was taken aback. When he heard Wu Yan's words, more anger surged from his heart. He glared at Wu Yan and with a roar he released all of his Dou Qi. Unfortunately, his self-made performance was ignored by the people present. Wu Yan's words made Tai Li excited, but it also made Mikoto and Chuju put a thick layer of pink on their faces. The two girls looked at Wu Yan and stuttered. Who is your woman? Of course, Wu Yan has automatically set the arrogance in his heart as a tacit agreement. He wasn't afraid of the chopper at all. Tai Li suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out. But in the end he didn't, because there were no tears in his eyes. There was only monstrous anger and killing intent. Little bastard. Since you are in a hurry to die, I will fulfill your wish. I will gladly take your woman and armament, ha. Chapter 55. His whole body surged with Dou Qi. Tai Li pulled out the greatsword at his waist and swung it up high. With a force that could split Mount Hua, he rushed towards Wu Yan. Take care of yourself and take care of that little girl. Wu Yan casually waved his hand and looked at Tai Li, who was charging towards him like a bull, with contempt. In the past it was always others who used their level to suppress him. This time it was finally his turn. Chuju and Mikoto took the little lowly and retreated. Tai Li not only ignored them, he even smiled happily. Fortunately they knew how to appreciate favors and knew how to escape. Otherwise, if this uncle's strength was too strong and accidentally affected them, that would be bad. It's fine if they were injured, but if they were killed it would be a waste. I haven't enjoyed it yet. Tai Li laughed and raised the greatsword in his hand. With a suppressive wind whistling sound he slashed towards Wu Yan. Not far away, Mikoto and Chuju, who were watching the battle unblinkingly, looked at Wu Yan. The little lowly Liren worriedly raised her head and said to Chuju and Mikoto, "Sister, is it okay if we don't help big brother? That big guy is very strong, he killed all of Liren's guards." Liren's face turned pale when she thought of the miserable state her guards were killed. She trembled in fear and squeezed into Chuju's embrace. Her eyes started to turn red again. Hinajuku reached out her hand and rubbed Liren's long blonde hair. Her eyes are still on Wu Yan. Hearing Liren's words, she lovingly replied, "It's okay, Onii-chan can handle this. Don't be fooled by Onii-chan's frivolous face, he's actually very strong." Very strong. Liren couldn't help but turn her head and look at Wu Yan. She doubtfully said, "Stronger than that big guy?" This time it was Mikoto who spoke. She squatted down and smiled at the little lowly. She gently said, "He's much stronger than that annoying big guy." "Is it really that powerful?" Li Lin innocently raised her small face and said in a childish voice, "Then, can big brother beat that bad guy?" "We'll definitely win," Mikoto and Chuju said in unison. There was an indescribable trust in their tone, as if they were the ones fighting. Liren curiously looked at Wu Yan and muttered, "Do your best, die, little bastard." Tai Li, who roared and mercilessly swung down the greatsword in his hand. Dou Qi surrounded the greatsword and blew up Wu Yan's hair. One could see how powerful this strike was. However, Wu Yan did not care about this powerful attack at all. The difference between rank 5 and rank 6 was already relatively high. The difference between rank 5 and rank 6 was not comparable to the difference between rank 2 and rank 3 when Chuju fought the saber-tooth hound. What's more, Chuju was only 1 rank lower than the saber-tooth hound, while Tai Li, who was 10 ranks lower than Wu Yan. A whole rank difference. Thus, Wu Yan lazily raised the Nyamano Shana in his hand and collided with the incoming greatsword. With a clang, the greatsword's momentum was stopped by Wu Yan. "Oh. Not bad, no wonder you dared to provoke me. Seems like you have some skills." Tai Li, who looked at Wu Yan in surprise and then laughed again. He swung his greatsword and turned it into a windmill. Tai Li, who slashed at Wu Yan's body like a berserker. "Then let's see how many moves you can take from me." Listening to Tai Li, whose arrogant words, Wu Yan only casually waved the Nyamano Shana in response to Tai Li, whose storm-like attacks. He blocked every move and every move. He even took the time to sigh. In the past, Wu Yan had seen this kind of self-righteous idiot arrogant in front of the main character more than once in a novel. He didn't expect to meet such a person after transmigrating. Thinking back, when he saw this kind of character showing off in the novel, he was extremely annoyed. He wanted nothing more than to become the main character and ruthlessly trample on this kind of idiot so that they couldn't be arrogant anymore. Now that there was a real opportunity, Wu Yan couldn't bring himself to have such thoughts. This was because this kind of person was too much like a clown. Apart from bringing a bit of fun to him and the others, he was a complete piece of trash. He didn't know that he had become a laughingstock in the eyes of others and was still acting self-righteously in front of him. It made people want to teach him a lesson, but they couldn't even bring themselves to do so. Although this kind of performance polluted the air a bit and was a bit disgusting, under Tai Li, whose powerful attacks, the wind stirred up dust. The power of the greatsword was deflected by Wu Yan and leaked into the ground. For a moment the place where Wu Yan and Tai Li Hu were fighting was filled with dust and gravel. The two people continuously clashed their weapons, causing the surroundings to become a mess. Hit 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 hit. Damn it. Why can't I hit? Tai Li Hu continuously swung his greatsword and continuously attacked Wu Yan. In his imagination he would only need 1 or 2 rounds to chop this little bastard in front of him into meat paste. Then he would be able to enjoy the beauty in front of him. But let's not talk about 1 or 2 rounds, he's already clashed with Wu Yan for hundreds of rounds. Yet the little bastard in front of him didn't get chopped into minced meat. Instead, the little bastard leisurely stepped around his sword and waved his seemingly weak blade around to neutralize all of his attacks. Tai Li Hu felt that he was going crazy. He had already squandered more than half of his battle chi, but this little bastard in front of him didn't even sweat, let alone battle chi. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll, changing his posture under his sword. Tai Li Hu's attacks were actually useless. What kind of joke was this? I'm a 5th step warrior. A 5th step warrior's attack was actually useless against a little brat. This daddy absolutely doesn't believe it. Tai Li Hu crazily roared. His battle chi was increased by a bit and his attacks were also increased by a bit, causing Wu Yan to finally feel a bit of pressure. Oh, not bad. You finally made me feel a bit of pressure. Once again blocking Tai Li Hu's greatsword, Wu Yan finally laughed when he felt a not weak force coming from his own Ni Dianzana. Pulling the Ni Dianzana outwards, Wu Yan pushed Tai Li Hu's greatsword away and retreated a few steps. Looking at Tai Li Hu, Wu Yan said with a smile, "Obviously there's only a difference of 1 step in strength. Although the difference is a bit big, if you can't even bring a bit of pressure then you're really too weak." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Tai Li Hu was momentarily stunned. Then he frowned and said, "So that's how it is. Only 1 step away? So you're a 4th step warrior and you were able to survive under the attack just now. It seems that you've reached the peak of the 4th step. No wonder you could kill that group of useless trash." Tai Li Hu's words almost made Wu Yan laugh out loud. Calling him a pig was really too appropriate. The words had already been said and the fight had been fought for so long, yet he could still understand it like this. He was really a godly person, no, a godly pig. Seeing that Wu Yan was speechless, Tai Li Hu's brows relaxed. He sneered and said, "To be able to cultivate to the 4th step at your age and to the peak at that, you can be considered a genius. Unfortunately, the 4th step and the 5th step can't be mentioned in the same breath. The difference between the 2 steps isn't something you can challenge. Even if you're at the peak of the 4th step as a 5th step, killing you will only take a bit of effort." Wu Yan laughed. He laughed out of happiness. He really couldn't hold it in anymore, so he laughed out loud. Resisting the urge to burst out laughing, Wu Yan nodded seriously. His face twisted as he said, Yes, that's right. The difference between the 2 steps is very big." Wu Yan's strange expression had already been taken by Tai Li Hu as fear and a bitter smile. He couldn't control himself under his complicated mood. At that moment Tai Li Hu laughed out loud. There was an indescribable pride in his laughter. He said to Wu Yan, "Now that you know the reality, it's not too late. As long as you obediently surrender and offer those 3 little girls to me, I'll spare your life and let you be my bodyguard." Indeed, Tai Li Hu was speaking the truth. He was really moved, that's why he said that. In his opinion, Wu Yan's talent must be pretty good to be able to become a peak of the 4th step warrior at this age. He could even be compared to some of the children of some big families. In the future, Wu Yan might break through to the 5th step or even the 6th step. If he took him in when he became a real powerhouse, he could do whatever he wanted. As for the question of loyalty, Tai Li Hu didn't consider it at all. In the eyes of this idiot, surrender meant submission and he would always be under his control. But Tai Li Hu didn't know that he had once again touched a landmine. Hearing Tai Li Hu's words, "Now that you know the reality, it's not too late. As long as you obediently surrender," Wu Yan still had a smile on his face. But when Tai Li Hu said, "Offer those 3 little girls to me," Wu Yan's face instantly turned cold. "Mikoto, Chuju!" Wu Yan shouted loudly, startling everyone present. "What's wrong? Do you need help?" Mikoto took 2 steps forward and said to Wu Yan, "Mikoto Chuju." Wu Yan's face was gloomy as he said softly, "You two close your eyes together with that little girl." "Close our eyes?" Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren couldn't help but stare blankly. Why do we have to close our eyes? Because what's going to happen next is a bit inappropriate for children. Wu Yan's words entered the ears of the two girls. They immediately understood Wu Yan's meaning and quickly hugged each other and closed their eyes. Incidentally, they also blocked Liren's curious gaze. Turning into a line, Wu Yan disappeared and appeared in front of Tai Lihu. His cold eyes stared at Tai Lihu's stiff smile. Wu Yan coldly smiled. You actually dare to have ideas about Mikoto and Chuju. I have to say. Pinching the hilt of his sword, Wu Yan said to Tai Lihu, you really don't know what's good for you. After saying that, Wu Yan led Shauna from bottom to top and cut off Tai Lihu's sword along with his hand in the blink of an eye. There was no pause at all. A large amount of blood sprinkled down from the sky, accompanied by Tai Lihu's painful screams as he tightly clutched his severed hand. Having done this, Wu Yan put away Shauna back into the scabbard and put it back into the interspatial ring. Standing in front of the screaming Tai Lihu, Wu Yan said in a low and powerful voice, you won't die if you don't seek death. Since you're so intent on seeking death, I'll let you die a beautiful death. Lightning flashed and dust flew. Wu Yan's body began to emit lightning. Electricity continuously flowed through Wu Yan's body, creating an incessant electric symphony. Wu Yan suddenly raised his hand. The ground slightly shook along with his movement. A small wave of iron sand slowly surged out from the ground and rolled into a flowing wall around Wu Yan. With another wave of his hand, the iron sand rapidly surged up and stirred in the air. After a while, it formed a large number of iron sand swords. After the iron sand swords formed, Wu Yan shouted and waved. Like an arrow leaving the bow, the iron sand swords violently shot out and stabbed into Tai Lihu, who had yet to react from the pain. They penetrated his body, his limbs, and his head. Blood spilled into the air. Chapter 56. Bang! Following the sound of his body falling to the ground, Tai Li slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps even in his next life, the scene of countless black swords flying in the air will become a nightmare for him. Ding! Mission 3 completed. Obtain 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Ugh! A wave of painful dizziness spread out from the depths of Wu Yan's mind. Wu Yan painfully held his head, his mouth couldn't help but groan. His eyes were bloodshot, he knelt on one knee on the ground and slowly shook his head. After the dizziness subsided a little, Wu Yan bitterly smiled. This is a phenomenon caused by overusing his superpower. His computing power is insufficient. When he was fighting against the Orochi, Mikoto could use this level of iron sand sword at will. She could use it whenever she wanted and she could retract it whenever she wanted. This made Wu Yan subconsciously think that it would be easy to do this. Facts have proven that there are differences between people. You can't do what others can do. At least you can't do it now. Mikoto can use her superpower freely, but when it comes to him, he has to bear with some side effects after using it just once. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Actually, this is normal. After all, Mikoto's superpower level is already LV5, and Wu Yan is only LV4. Forcefully using a LV5 superpower, how could it be easy? If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yan is a master swordsman, his body is strong and his mind is strong, he might have collapsed to the ground from the headache before he could even use his superpower. In the superpower list, a LV5 superpower is 10 times more expensive than a LV4 superpower. From this, it can be seen how big the gap between the two levels is. Why is there no sound? Tai Li's death and Wu Yan's headache caused the scene to fall into silence. After the chi-chi sound, there was no more sound in their ears. They also didn't hear Wu Yan's voice, which made Chuju a little confused. Hey Yan, what happened? Why don't you say something? It's been a while, but there's still no sound. This made Mikoto a bit anxious, but without Wu Yan's order they couldn't open their eyes. After all, Wu Yan did say that what's going to happen next is a bit unsuitable for children. This made Hinajiku and Mikoto a bit scared. Although the two prideful girls don't want to be defeated by a gory scene, they are still girls. Wu Yan's tone sounded a bit creepy, so they didn't dare to open their eyes. Wu Yan was speechless at Mikoto's words. He struggled to stand up. Wu Yan said helplessly, "What do you mean squeak? Only rats would squeak like that." Mikoto and Chuju let out a sigh of relief. Hearing the sound meant that everything was fine. Mikoto was even more dissatisfied. What? Since you've dealt with it, why didn't you say anything? Are you pretending? What? Sure enough, Sis Cannon was a proud girl. She was obviously worried, but she insisted on saying something nice. Would it kill her to say something nice? Then are you done or not? Chuju was a little dissatisfied. Being afraid was one thing, being curious was another. This feeling of waiting for a surprise made the president's heart itch. Soon. Wu Yan said perfunctorily. He controlled the iron sand and threw Tai Li's body, which was riddled with holes, into the trees not far away. A human body couldn't be used to exchange points with the system, so Wu Yan didn't turn the body over to the system. However, Wu Yan didn't feel regretful. In fact, he felt a little comfortable. If the system wanted a human body, then Wu Yan would feel a little uncomfortable. This was a matter of principle. Wu Yan didn't even care about the other mercenaries' bodies. The two girls had already seen it. This kind of scene was still acceptable to Chuju and Mikoto. Unlike Tai Li, who was stuck like a hedgehog with his intestines and brain juices flowing out. It was a little disgusting. Of course, accepting it was one thing. If they had to do it themselves, they would probably, well, they were 14 or 15 years old girls after all. Long live understanding. Done. As soon as Wu Yan shouted, the two girls couldn't wait to open their eyes. It was as if they were afraid of being taken advantage of. This made Wu Yan speechless. When she saw the blood vessels in Wu Yan's eyes, Chuju was shocked. She quickly asked, "Why are your eyes so red?" Mikoto was also stunned for a moment. Then, as if she remembered something, she directly said, "Did you use your superpower too much?" Looking at Mikoto's fixated eyes, he laughed sheepishly. "Just a little. Do you want to become an idiot?" Mikoto raised her voice. She was a little angry as she shouted at Wu Yan. "Are you an idiot? Didn't I tell you that if you use your superpower too much, it will lead to insufficient computing power? If it's serious, it will burn your brain." Burn your brain. Chuju looked at Wu Yan in shock. Then her eyes gradually became dangerous. How would I know? Under the two girls' urgent gaze, Wu Yan retreated a little. He said in a low voice, "When Mikoto used it before, it was very easy. I'm already LV5. You're LV4, how can you compare?" Hearing Wu Yan's retort, Mikoto was so angry that her teeth itched. She wanted to rush up and bite him to let him know the pain. Okay, there won't be a next time. Moreover, once is enough. Indeed, such an overpowered skill, to be able to use it once is no regret. The scene of hundreds of black swords piercing through the air can only be described as overpowered. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't recognize the familiarity of the scene, Wu Yan might have added the word bastard when he threw out the iron sand swords. It's as domineering as Golden Sparkle. It's just that Golden Sparkle used a variety of noble phantoms, while Wu Yan used a single black iron sword. If he had to do it again, Wu Yan would still choose to use it once. Well, it's a bit of a suicide mission. But since he's already used it, Wu Yan doesn't plan to use it again before he reaches LV5. After all, the value of a player's life is even higher. Although Wu Yan already said that there won't be a next time, Mikoto and Chuju didn't seem to have any intention of letting him go. So Wu Yan quickly changed the topic. "Oh right, after this battle, Chuju, your level should have increased a lot, right?" Wu Yan looked at Chuju and said. Before the battle, Chuju was LV19. After killing 19 rank 3 saber-tooth hounds, 20 rank 3 mercenaries, and a rank 5 mercenary vice leader, Chuju's level should have increased a lot. After all, her level is still low, leveling up should be easier. Chuju heard this and couldn't help but look at her own level. When she saw her level, Chuju was stunned for a moment, then she laughed excitedly. "And it increased a lot. I'm LV35 now." "LV35, huh? Not bad, or else all those monsters would have been for nothing," Mikoto said as she clasped her hands and said. Wu Yan nodded. 39 rank 3 and 1 rank 5. Chuju was still a rank 2 at the time and the experience gained was quite a lot. Character: Wu Yan abilities: Sword Mastery, Cooking Mastery, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV4. Equipment: Shauna of the Golden Temple C rank, Dragon Armor C rank, Summons. Misaka Mikoto Grade Chuju Equipment Points: 21,000 Item Points, 817000 Ability Points, 101000 Summoning Points, 26,000 Level, 50 character. Misaka Mikoto ability. Electromancer, LV5, strength, C endurance, C agility, B spirit, equipment, none level. 69 character. Gui Chuju ability. None strength, C endurance, D agility, C spirit, C equipment, white cherry, D rank, level 35. After closing the system list, Wu Yan smiled with satisfaction. Right now their party had a rank 4, a rank 6 and a rank 7. With this kind of strength, it would be a fool's dream to say that they could do whatever they wanted in the Spalier world. However, it was enough for them to take a stroll around the area. Chuju was already level 35. There was no need for her to level up in the behemoth forest. She wouldn't be able to gain much experience either unless Wu Yan and the rest wanted to go deeper into the forest. However, who knew how strong the monsters in the depths of the behemoth forest were? If a level 80 monster managed to sneak out, it wouldn't be Wu Yan and the rest who killed it, it would be the monsters that killed them. Liren, who had been silent since the beginning of Wu Yan and the rest's conversation, finally raised her head. She looked at Wu Yan and the rest with her jewel-like eyes. She asked curiously, "What's a level? What's a level up?" The lowly's voice brought the three back to their senses. They looked at each other in confusion because they had forgotten about this lowly just now. Hinajuku awkwardly turned her head away. It's understandable that Wu Yan and Mikoto forgot about Liren but not Hinajuku. Liren is the little lowly, she's always in her arms. It's nothing, little girl. You heard wrong. Wu Yan laughed as he tried to bluff his way out of this. Let's see if the lowly has a natural attribute or not. They absolutely couldn't let other people know about the system. Otherwise, not to mention whether or not the system would attract explorers, even if they used their identity as transmigrators, they would still be dragged away for dissection. Is that so? Fortunately, Wu Yan's gamble was half right. Although Liren didn't have a natural attribute, she was still a little confused and naive. Therefore, Liren still chose to believe Wu Yan's words even though her head was full of question marks. Alright, little girl. How did you get kidnapped by those bastards? Hinajuku patted Liren's back and doubtfully said. She was starting to realize that Liren wasn't an ordinary person. Ordinary people don't have guards, and Liren said that her guard was killed by Tai Li. Liren's cheeks puffed up when Chuju mentioned it. She said a little angrily, Liren doesn't know. Liren just came out for a stroll and that bastard tied me up. He even killed my guard and brought me here. There's no bed, no food, Liren is so pitiful. Liren used her little lowly's voice and puffed up expression to explain what she understood to Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan didn't know how Chuju and Mikoto felt, but Wu Yan had a thought that he couldn't help but shout out. Too cute, of course, he could only shout it in his heart. If he really shouted it out, Wu Yan would definitely be hit with a hatchet and an electric shock. Then do you know where your home is? Mikoto leaned over and asked Liren. He was still very gentle towards children. Liren nodded her little head and shouted, Liren knows the way home. Good girl, she already knows the way with just this little bit. She's not like me when I transmigrated. Forget it, don't mention it, it's a shame. And what should we do? Chuju said to Wu Yan. But from her yellow-green eyes, Wu Yan could clearly see that she has made a decision. Looking at Mikoto, who had the same expression, Wu Yan was speechless and shrugged. Didn't you guys already make a decision? Why are you asking me? If that's the case. Mikoto stood in front of everyone and pointed in a direction in high spirits. Let's go. Send the little girl home. Looking at Mikoto's actions, Wu Yan really wanted to ask. Are you sure it's that way? Chapter 57. He sounded high-spirited when he said, set off. But the giant beast's forest wasn't a desolate wilderness. There were quite a few unfriendly people living here. Wu Yan, Mikoto, Chuju, and the little lowly Liren were constantly asking questions. The four of them suffered quite a bit of harassment along the way. Although the harassment was a little low-level, it still brought quite a bit of income for Wu Yan and the others. The low-level demonic beasts can no longer satisfy Wu Yan's needs. Thus, these demonic beasts that came to attack him were all skinned and stripped of their magic cores, turning into raw materials. Wu Yan intended to use them to exchange for gold coins. Money isn't everything, but without money you can't do anything. Wu Yan did get quite a bit of bounty from his mercenary missions, but when it comes to money, the more the merrier, isn't it? Plus, with the mana crystals from the 20 saber-tooth hounds, they wouldn't have to worry about travel expenses if they sold all of them. As for the saber-tooth hounds' corpses, they were disgusting things. Whoever liked them could have them. Wu Yan and the others were only wandering around the outskirts of the behemoth forest, and in the area where Wu Yan had leveled up. Even if Wu Yan had a bit of a bad sense of direction after 2 months of living as a mercenary, he was familiar with this part of the forest. It only took 4 to 5 hours for the 4 of them to leave the giant beast's forest and arrive at the supply town. If there's a familiar face in the supply town, then in his eyes, Wu Yan has only been gone for 3 to 4 days. What they don't know is that Wu Yan hasn't come to the supply town for more than a month, and that's because he spent his time in this world. The busy streets were completely different from the cool place of the behemoth forest. There was a lot more life and it made people feel a lot more comfortable. This could be seen from the laughter of Chuju and the other 2 girls. Although this was a different world and there were things like Douqi and magic, the clothing of Sparrow wasn't much different from the clothing of the 21st century. There were short sleeves, shirts, skirts and jackets. Although there were slight differences, it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't blend in. And so Wu Yan and the others were still wearing their original clothes. Walking on the streets, they didn't look out of place. Of course, there were still some surprised gazes that would look at Wu Yan and the others. Although they said they were looking at Wu Yan's group, they were mostly looking at Chuju and the other 2 girls. After all, the 3 girls were beautiful and cute and naturally attracted a lot of attention. Wu Yan, on the other hand, only attracted some envious and jealous gazes. Chuju, Mikoto and Liren didn't care about the gazes of onlookers at all. They were still leisurely doing their own things and walking their own paths. Of course, this was only natural. Among them, one of them was the president of the White Emperor Academy's student council and was extremely popular, while the other was only one of the 7 LV5 players out of the 3 million people in Academy City. This kind of gaze was something that happened every day in their lives, so they had gotten used to it over time. As for the little lowly Liren, she was completely heartless, treating the onlookers like cabbages. Only Wu Yan is walking behind the 3 girls with a calm expression. However, if you look closely, you'll notice that his eyebrows would twitch from time to time, a clear indication of his uneasiness. It's true that Wu Yan's skin is thick, but he's still a bit afraid of the people around him who seem to be from the FFF group. After all, he's already enjoying the treatment of a winner in life, 1 man and 3 women. Under these gazes, Wu Yan's group of 4 arrived at a relatively large store. Of course, they came here to sell magic crystals and monster body materials. The items here are relatively complete, whether it's weapons, equipment, magic crystals or ingredients, you can find them all here. Of course, they're relatively low level. Basically all magic crystals and monster body materials under level 20 are available. Level 31s are rare and armaments are impossible to find. This is the first time I've seen a store that sells such strange things. Mikoto looked at the row of glass windows next to her. Some of the demons were lying inside. After looking around, Mikoto said this sentence. Is it strange? Liren bit her finger, her other hand was still holding Hinajiku's hand. She looked at Mikoto and tilted her head to express her confusion. Shops selling magic beast body materials and magic crystal herbs could be said to be the most common in this world. Almost every city would have one and there were quite a few of them. Even the little lowly Liren had come out more than once to visit such shops when she was at home. Why was it strange? Of course, with that little brain of hers she can't figure it out. Mikoto smiled at her but didn't say anything. Was she supposed to tell her that selling clothes and jewelry wasn't strange? Chuju of course understood what Mikoto meant, but she didn't say anything because she also thought the same. Of course, she also found it strange. Well, after all, the theme here is always related to battle. Wu Yan said as he walked towards the counter. Magic beast body materials can be used to make equipment, weapons and even armaments. Medicinal ingredients can be used to make all kinds of potions. Magic crystals can be used to make anything. So it's normal to have a shop like this. Mikoto Nason, is this your first time in a shop like this? Liren pulled on Mikoto's skirt and asked. Yep. Mikoto didn't hide it. Her eyes were still looking around. I didn't have many opportunities before. Liren's eyes turned and suddenly lit up. He happily said to Mikoto. Then Mikoto nay, let Liren take you to have a look. She then pulled Mikoto and ran to the side. Wait. Chuju quickly called out. She looked at Wu Yan and followed. Seems that girls are really keen on shopping. Helplessly looking at Chuju and the other two girls running around, Wu Yan walked to the counter. There was a man wearing a suit there. He looked quite smart. "Dear customer, how may I help you?" Seeing Wu Yan in front of him, the smart man immediately asked with a smile. Wu Yan nodded. "I need to sell some magic crystals and magic beast materials." There were customers who came to sell magical crystals and magical beast materials every day, and this wasn't the first time the shrewd man had dealt with such a matter. Hence, he immediately said, "Well then, dear customer, please let me take a look at the items you want to sell." "Is it here?" Wu Yan looked around and slightly frowned. It's not that he's afraid of being seen, it's just that the counter here is a bit small. It's impossible to store all the materials. One must know that some of the magic beast materials Wu Yan wants to sell take up a lot of space. Of course, the smart man thought that Wu Yan was afraid of attracting attention. So he smiled and said, "It's this one's fault. Please go to the room inside." Nodding again, Wu Yan turned to Chuju and Mikoto. "You two can look around here first. I'll go deal with those magic crystals." "Got it. Go. Come back quickly, big brother." "Let's go," Wu Yan said to the smart man. The smart man walked out of the counter and called a passing clerk to stand in his place. Then he led Wu Yan into the room inside. After inviting Wu Yan to a chair, the smart man said, "Dear customer, I wonder if I can count the items you want to sell?" Knocking on the corner of the table, Wu Yan looked around the room and nodded. "Well, that's fine. If it's here, it should be able to fit." When the smart man was still wondering what Wu Yan meant, Wu Yan waved his hand. Following Wu Yan's movement, a large pile of magic beast materials appeared out of thin air in the room and piled up all over the floor. This. Looking at the materials all over the floor, the smart man's mouth was wide open. He looked at Wu Yan in shock and said, "Spatial item." That's right, the smart man was shocked. The reason for his shock wasn't because of the magic beast materials. Although Wu Yan took out a lot of magic beast materials, their grades weren't very high. In this shop, the smart man had seen a lot of things more precious than Wu Yan's batch of materials. What made the smart man shocked was that this ability to take things out of thin air was clearly an ability that only those very precious spatial items had. The smart man looked at Wu Yan in a daze, which made Wu Yan feel a little funny. After living in this world for 3 months, Wu Yan naturally knew how precious spatial items were. However, that was only for ordinary people. In the Spalier world, although spatial items were precious, they weren't very difficult to make. As long as one was proficient in forging, they would generally be able to make spatial items. The reason why spatial items were so precious was actually because they needed the most core material to make them, and that was the spatial gem. The truly precious thing was actually this kind of spatial gem because the conditions for its birth were too harsh. A material like the spatial gem could only be born in a place where there was no other life in the surroundings. Moreover, as long as there was any life in the place where the spatial gem appeared, even if it was a blade of grass, then the spatial gem would never appear again in that place. In other words, once a spatial gem was found in a place where it was produced and mined, that place would no longer produce spatial gems. And in the Spalier world, how many places were there that were completely devoid of life? Among them, how many places had spatial gems been found? Therefore, this led to the preciousness of spatial items. However, generally, as long as it was a child of a large family, they would have a spatial item. For example, Lulu had a spatial bracelet and so did Feifei. Aside from the children of the big families, only 7th grade warriors and mages might have a spatial tool. Of course, it was only a possibility. Who knows how big the spatial tool was? After all, the bigger the space inside the spatial tool, the bigger the space gem needed to store it. And Wu Yan didn't look like a 7th rank warrior or mage. Therefore, the smart man had already regarded Wu Yan as a child of a large family. The smart man's waist had unknowingly lowered a lot until he was a little shorter than Wu Yan. He said respectfully, "Sir, could you give this one some time to check the price of these magical beast materials?" "Do as you wish." Wu Yan took out another bag from his spatial ring and handed it to the smart man, saying, "And these magic crystals too?" "All right, please wait a moment." The smart man took the bag of magic crystals from Wu Yan and bowed to Wu Yan. Then he got busy. Wu Yan sat there calmly drinking tea. It wasn't that he liked to put on an act. Wu Yan had already guessed what the smart man was thinking before he came. As long as he showed the spatial item, there would be such a change. There was nothing bad about this. At least he wouldn't be cheated. Maybe the price would even rise a little. Chapter 58. Time passed as the shrewd man counted and Wu Yan sipped his tea. There was no helping it. Although the magical beast materials Wu Yan brought were of a lower grade, there were still too many of them. It would take some time to count them all. Well, Wu Yan wasn't in a hurry anyway. Chuju and the others were probably still immersed in their girls' time. My lord. At a certain moment, the shrewd man finally finished counting all the magical beast materials. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and came to Wu Yan's side. He lowered his head and said, "This one has finished counting. Your materials and magical crystals are worth a total of 199,500 gold coins. If my lord thinks it's okay, we can round it up and charge you 200,000 gold coins. What do you think? 200,000 gold coins, huh?" Wu Yan pondered for a moment. This price was about the same as what he understood, and it was even slightly higher. Thus, Wu Yan directly nodded in agreement. "All right, let's do it like that." The shrewd man immediately smiled and apologized to Wu Yan before walking out. Not long after, he pushed open the door and came back in with a golden card in his hand. He presented it to Wu Yan with both hands. "My lord, here are 200,000 gold coins. Please take a look and see if it's correct." Taking the golden card from the shrewd man, Wu Yan looked at the number displayed on it. He nodded in satisfaction and put it away in his spatial ring. Naturally, he couldn't bring all 200,000 gold coins to him. Not to mention 200,000, even 10,000 gold coins would be enough to pile up quite a bit. Not everyone was like Wu Yan who had a spatial item. Thus, there was a place similar to a bank in the world of Silveria. It was just that it was called the Gold Bank. This golden card was equivalent to a credit card. Carrying a golden card like this was no doubt much easier than carrying a whole pile of gold coins. When it's time to pay, all you have to do is let the other party count it. It's very convenient. There's even a column that displays the amount. It's considered a little magic. Although Wu Yan hasn't seen Kaneko yet, he did ask around about Kaneko. That's why there's no awkward situation where he doesn't recognize Kaneko. He doesn't want to be treated as a country bumpkin. At least country bumpkins know about Kaneko. After dealing with the magical crystals and magical beast materials, Wu Yan thought for a moment and asked the shrewd man, "Oh right, are you guys collecting armaments?" In the Whirlwind Butler dungeon world, Wu Yan's level increased by quite a bit. Towards the end, he is no longer a level that the level 20 plus Wu Yan can match up to. Naturally, he had to exchange for new equipment 2 C-grade rare armaments. As for the D-grade Kusanagi sword, it was naturally discarded. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to give it to Chuju. What he didn't expect was that Chuju already has the same grade white cherry. Thus, the Kusanagi sword became idle in Wu Yan's spatial ring. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to keep it. After all, this was the first equipment he exchanged for after coming to this world. It was also from that moment on that his life changed completely. Later, Wu Yan thought about it. There was more than one D-grade equipment worth remembering. Compared to other souvenirs, the Kusanagi sword was no longer necessary. For example, the 2 safety pants. Thus, Wu Yan wanted to sell the Kusanagi sword. Wu Yan, who said this out of nowhere, didn't know that the shrewd man was so shocked by his words that his jaw dropped to the ground. He looked at Wu Yan and stuttered, my lord, you want to sell armaments?" Looking at the astute guy's exaggerated expression, Wu Yan can only feel helpless inside. He knows that armaments are precious, but knowing is one thing. With the system, he can exchange for equipment of any grade. Wu Yan has no idea how precious this so-called precious thing is. But he had no choice. He couldn't just leave it there. Chuju wasn't a dual swordsman. White cherry was enough. Mikoto didn't want it either. That's why Wu Yan wanted to sell the Kusanagi sword. It was useless to leave it there anyway. If he really needed it, he could just replace it. D-grade equipment wasn't expensive anyway. Wu Yan was probably the only person in the entire Spalier world who could say something like this. D-grade equipment, that's a common armament. Only a tier 5 ranker could use an armament. And Wu Yan said it wasn't expensive. If those poor tier 5 combatants knew what Wu Yan was thinking, they would definitely vomit blood on their trash equipment. What's wrong? You can't afford it? Wu Yan looked at the shrewd man with a smile. The shrewd man was stunned. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. With a bitter smile he said to Wu Yan, "My lord, although it's not that our company hasn't dealt with armaments before, we've always done it through auctions. After all, armaments are too precious. It's not appropriate to sell them through normal means." Wu Yan nodded. He already guessed this would be the result. He was just casually asking. Seeing that Wu Yan didn't seem to care, the shrewd man gritted his teeth and said, "How about this? You can let us make the armament and we'll auction it. When the time comes, we'll only charge a 5% commission. What do you think?" "Not good. 5%. What a scam." Glancing at the shrewd man, Wu Yan shrugged. Although a 5% commission sounded like a scam, Wu Yan knew that auctioning was the best way to maximize profits. After the auction, the price of the Kusanagi sword shouldn't be low. Even if he charged a 5% commission, he wouldn't lose out. "Does your company have an auction house?" Wu Yan thought for a while and asked. "No. Our company doesn't have an auction house." The shrewd man shook his head and explained, "In the supply town there's only one auction house. However, our company has a little relationship with the auction house." It should be said that all the companies in the supply town have a little relationship with the auction house. After all, some of the more precious items can't be obtained through auctions. Therefore, a company like ours has to deal with the auction house at all times to facilitate mutual benefits. Wu Yan suddenly understood. Of course, this kind of thing has nothing to do with him. As long as it can meet his requirements, anything is fine. With a flip of his hand, the Kusanagi sword and its scabbard appeared in Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan gently fiddled with it and then placed it on the table. He pointed at the Kusanagi sword to the shrewd man. His meaning was obvious. "Is this the armament that my lord wants to sell? It looks like a sword, but it's really small." The shrewd man carefully held the Kusanagi sword with both hands as if he was holding his own son. He carefully pulled out a section of the sword and put his eyes in front of the sword. He twisted his head around to look at it. He had the potential to be a thief. Then he awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. "I'm really sorry, this one has never seen an armament before, so I can't appraise what grade it is. But since it was brought here by Sir, I believe it can't be fake." After that, the shrewd man handed Wu Yan a card. "My lord, there will be an auction tonight. Your armament should be displayed at that time. This is the auction house's VIP card. With this card you can directly go to the auction house to watch. If you see something you like, you can even bid for it." Oh. Although Wu Yan has heard of auctions, he has never seen one before, let alone participate in it. At that moment, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a little interested. He reached out and took the VIP card. Wu Yan put it in his infinite space ring. "I understand. I'll be there when the time comes. When the auction is over, this one will look for you in your VIP room and bring the proceeds of the auction to you." He looked at Wu Yan with a little envy. Although he didn't know what kind of spatial item Wu Yan had, the shrewd man was still a little envious of the convenience of spatial items. Wu Yan nodded and walked out of the room under the shrewd man's respectful gaze. Chapter 59. When Wu Yan walked out of the reception room, Hinajiku and Mikoto are still being led around by Liren, who is acting like a little adult. In this decently sized trading company, they looked like dancing fairies. Their silhouettes glided past one after another while their bell-like giggles rang out one after another. Although there weren't any beautiful clothes or jewelry in this place, there were some exquisite magic crystals that looked like gems. There were also some medicinal herbs that looked very funny. Therefore, the three of them were having a lot of fun. It seemed like they were having a lot of fun. Of course, they didn't know how attractive they were at this moment. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. "All right, it's time for us to go." Wu Yan didn't want to disturb their fun, but he also knew that in this kind of thing, a girl's energy was limitless. If he didn't stop them, they might have to stay in this small shop until night time. Decisively, Wu Yan decided to stop them. "What's wrong? Is that batch of materials done?" Hearing Wu Yan's voice, Chuju pulled Liren and followed Mikoto to Wu Yan's side. She had a smile on her face as if she hadn't had enough. "Yes, it's done." Wu Yan squatted down and helped Liren, who had some sweat on her forehead, tidy up her hair. Then he smiled and said, "Then where are we going next?" Mikoto's eyes were still staring at the glass cabinet. Her intention was obvious. Seeing Mikoto's appearance, Wu Yan could only smile bitterly. He spread his hands and said, "Well, although I know you want to walk around, I can only say sorry. We still have to find a hotel to book a room. Otherwise we can only sleep on the street at night. The hotels here are almost full at night. It's a full house for the night? Hinajuku pointed at her chin with her finger and looked at Wu Yen suspiciously. The four of them came to this supply town for a few hours, but along the way, although there were a lot of people, Chuju could see that most of these people were the town's locals. She could tell from their casual attire. The town's locals, no matter what, should have a house. They can't be staying in a hotel, right? Why would the hotel be full? Perhaps she wanted to continue shopping. Thus, when she thought of something, Kaishizama rubbed her nose and asked Wu Yen her question. Hearing Hinajuku's words, Mikoto, who is beside her, is also confused. Kaishizama and Liren are staring at Wu Yen with 6 pairs of eyes. It seems like they won't give up until he gives an explanation. This situation at the same time made Wu Yen speechless. He was also very emotional. Almost every girl had the habit of shopping. Even the 2 tsundere girls, who had always been boyish, couldn't help but be vulgar. Girls, that's because you don't understand yet. Rubbing Liren's head, Wu Yen ignored her dissatisfaction and a bit of enjoyment. He explained. During the day, the people going in and out of the supply town are the locals. However, this is the supply town of the Behemoth Forest, the only place in the Spalier world that produces magical beasts. How could there only be normal people going in and out of this place? After Wu Yan's reminder, Hinajuku and Mikoto suddenly thought of something and came to a realization. The 2 smart girls also understood why Wu Yan said the hotel would be full at night. Seeing the 2 girls' expression, Wu Yan smiled and continued. That's right, during the day warriors or magicians, those with a bit of strength, would go to the Behemoth Forest to hunt magical beasts or gather rare herbs. At night, those who are closer to the supply town, perhaps because they have found something, would return to the supply town one after another. After all, no one wants to sleep in the wild, so at night the hotel would be full. Is that so? Chuju nodded in understanding and smiled at Wu Yan. Her charming smile made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. Resisting the urge to rub Kaishizama's cheeks, Wu Yan took a deep breath and continued with a fake smile. Ma, I didn't think of that at first. That's why we ended up in a tragedy. To prevent another tragedy from happening, it's better that we find a hotel first. Don't think that Wu Yan was joking. Thinking back to when he was on a mercenary mission, Wu Yan was too lazy and always wandered around until he was tired at night, then went to find a hotel. In the end, he could only tragically wander the streets for an entire night. Although wandering the streets with Kaishizama and Sis Cannon for an entire night was a good choice, and perhaps something interesting would happen, when he recalled the night he bathed the 2 girls, Wu Yan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly gave up on the tempting idea. Is that so? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Mikoto could only look away, a little disappointed. Wu Yan naturally saw Mikoto's disappointed look and blinked. Wu Yan smiled and said, "Don't look like an abandoned puppy, it's almost night. After we book a room there will be more fun things at night." More fun things? Mikoto, Chuju and Liren froze at the same time. Then Liren grabbed Wu Yan's hand and looked at Wu Yan expectantly. She said sweetly, "Big brother, fun things? What is it, can you tell Liren?" When she heard something fun, Liren stuck close to Wu Yan. She looked at Hinajuku and Mikoto. Her eyes are also filled with curiosity and anticipation. Wu Yan said in an annoyed tone. "Fine, it seems to me that something fun is more important than a place to stay for you girls." The 3 girls touched their cheeks embarrassedly and smiled at Wu Yan to show that they were wrong, then continued to look at Wu Yan with teary eyes, making Wu Yan roll his eyes like a dead fish. "Tonight we are going to attend an auction." Wu Yan rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Auction?" Liren heard and immediately jumped up in excitement, then happily said to Wu Yan, "Auction? Big brother, the kind where there is an uncle standing on the stage with a wooden mallet shouting that he wants to sell his first time?" Wu Yan felt awkward. He looked at the excited lowly Liren with an awkward expression. He expressed that he was struck by lightning. He couldn't keep his cool at all. Hinajuku and Mikoto were also stunned when they heard this. Before they started giggling, they didn't look happy at all. What's wrong? Did Liren say something wrong? Seeing Chuju and Mikoto laughing so hard that their backs were bent, Wu Yan was embarrassed. Liren tilted her head. A few question marks appeared on her face and cutely stuck out her tongue. Chuju coughed twice, walked in front of Liren, squatted down. Her face was serious. but her eyes were full of smiles. She rubbed Liren's head and said with a smile, "Liren, an auction is a place where many people buy things. The host doesn't have to be an uncle, it can be a beautiful big sister. Also, if someone wants to buy something after shouting the price, the host has to shout 3 times before the deal is done. It's not selling your first time." Oh? He didn't know if she understood, but the little lowly Liren nodded her head seriously. Then she cheered and said, "Then, are we going to that place tonight to buy things? Doesn't have to be shopping." Mikoto stopped laughing, looked at Liren and said, "But it's very lively there." "It's very lively." Liren suddenly became excited. She turned in front of Wu Yan and cheered loudly. Big brother, I want to go to that very lively auction." "Okay, I got it." Silently mourning for those uncles who hosted the auction, Wu Yan pulled Liren's hand and walked towards the door. "Let's go, let's find a hotel first." The 4 of them walked out of the shop together and headed towards the hotel. Chapter 60. When night fell, the supply town was filled with all kinds of colors. It didn't feel dark at all. The whole town didn't look like a supply town but a carnival town. Every house, every shop and every hotel were lit up with magic lights. There were all kinds of lights causing the whole street to be filled with gorgeous colors. It was like a city without night. Perhaps because of this, the pedestrians on the street didn't decrease at night. Instead, there were more and more people in all kinds of shops compared to the morning. This was to be expected. No matter how gorgeous this place was, it was still a supply town. During the day, warriors, mages, mercenaries and other capable people all ran to the behemoth forest. If they weren't hunting magic beasts for money, then they were going to gain experience. There were also some special circumstances. Therefore, during the day, except for some ordinary people who didn't have dochi or magic, there were almost no people. At night, some people who were closer to the town would naturally return to the town. Some people who had been hiding in the behemoth forest for many days and just returned would also come out at night to resupply. They planned to leave tomorrow or enter the behemoth forest again. Therefore, at night it was much livelier than during the day. When Wu Yan led Mikoto, Chuju and Liren out of the hotel, the 3 girls exclaimed at the same time. Looking at the colorful street, 3 pairs of eyes were filled with stars. Seeing the people coming and going, Liren cheered. "So beautiful! So beautiful! So much more beautiful than the lights at home." The little lowly Liren was like a runaway horse. She wanted to rush into the crowd recklessly, but Wu Yan had already seen through her intentions. He reached out and pulled her back to her original position. "Big brother, why are you holding Liren? Let Liren play." The little lowly is very dissatisfied as she struggled in an attempt to break free from Wu Yan's restraints. However, it's all in vain. How can a LV50 Wu Yan let this little one who isn't even level 1 break free from his restraints? Feeling the little lowly's claws hitting his body, Wu Yan looked at her with a bitter smile and said helplessly, "Liren, there are so many people now. What if you get lost if you run out like this?" Liren heard this and stopped. She puffed up her little face and shouted in dissatisfaction, Bad brother, you won't let Liren go out to play. Bad heart." Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little lowly was harder to please than a queen. Her ability to invert right and wrong was almost on par with Chuju and Mikoto's arrogance. "Okay." Chuju took Liren from Wu Yan's hand and said, be good, we still have to go to the auction later." "Yes, the auction. Liren's eyes lit up and became happy again. She opened her little mouth and kept shouting. "Then let's go." While speaking, Mikoto walked out, making Wu Yan even more helpless. Chuju and Liren were talking and laughing as they followed. Looking at the 3 girls' happy expression, Wu Yan felt happy. Although it was only a few days, he felt that it had been a long time since he saw Chuju and Mikoto's smiling faces. Not long after summoning Mikoto, Hinajiku and Mikoto followed him into the demon's cave. During that day and night, other than killing demons, the 2 girls who had never seen blood before didn't break down. It was a miracle. Before this, Chuju was just a normal high school student. At most, she was a 15-year-old girl who was familiar with swordsmanship. Mikoto, although she has great power and was born in Academy City, but she's the only one out of the 7 LV5s who has a normal personality and life. Ignoring her powerful ability, she's just a 14-year-old girl. However, in the past few days, their lives could be said to be cruel, compared to before. Even now Wu Yan still can't get over it. In the open space full of demon corpses, Chuju and Mikoto's pale face and blank eyes. After coming to Spalier World, they were immediately brought into a state of slaughter by a sudden mission. It can be said that Wu Yan is constantly worried about whether or not the two girls can maintain their normal lives if they continue living like this. Will the two kind girls become unrecognizable to him because of this? Was it really the right choice for him to bring them along? And now, seeing them walking around and laughing like normal girls, Wu Yan's heart can finally relax. No matter what, they're still the people he once looked up to. How can such a small matter defeat them? How can he not trust them? Thinking of this, Wu Yan's heart laughed happily. With his hands behind his head, he followed behind the three beautiful girls. His heart has never felt so carefree before. Glancing at Hinajiku, who was holding Mikoto in one hand and Liren in the other, her little head was turning around, talking to Mikoto and Liren from time to time, laughing sweetly from time to time. Wu Yan couldn't stop his smile from widening. Speaking of which, ever since that loving kiss with Kaisha-sama, it seems like my pursuit of Kaisha-sama has slowed down. Although the two of them couldn't leave each other now, it felt like their favorability towards each other hadn't increased since then. Since I've already taken down the second base, should I fight for the third base? And the legendary home base? But, Sis Canon, seems like she needs to increase her favorability more. At least Kaisha-sama and I have some intimate contact, but Sis Canon's favorability seems to be maintained at the level of friend. Not exactly friend, but it's much better than friend. After all, their lives are intertwined and they've seen each other's naked bodies many times. Above friend, but not yet lover. That's probably the level of their relationship. Will Wu Yan be satisfied with maintaining a relationship above friend, but not lover, with Sis Canon? The answer is of course no. Should I start to woo Sis Canon? But if I start pursuing Sis Canon, what about Chuju's side? Even if her favorability with Kaisha-sama can't increase, it should at least not decrease. But if I start pursuing Sis Canon, then Kaisha-sama's favorability will decrease. That's for sure. Even if her favorability doesn't decrease, Kaisha-sama will definitely be the biggest obstacle in my pursuit of Sis Canon. That's for sure too. Simultaneous strategy? The thought flashed through his mind, but Wu Yan quickly shook his head and dismissed the idea. It sounds like a fantasy and it definitely looks like a fantasy, but it's only limited to fantasy. Synchronized walkthroughs are a joke. Even though I'm an otaku, I'm just an ordinary otaku. I'm not some god-level walkthroughs god. Simultaneous strategy. Once I start, I'll definitely die with a sense of rhythm. Thinking of this, Wu Yan sighed, his face full of tragedy. I'll just push her down. Wu Yan was shocked by his own idea. Pushing her down without a strategy is not something that can be solved with a sense of rhythm. Instantly Wu Yan cried again. Of course he didn't know that in front of him Chuju, Mikoto and Liren were staring at Wu Yan with their eyes wide open. One moment he shook his head, the next he looked sad, the next he looked scared, the next he looked worse than crying. They all shuddered. Little Liren shrunk her small body between Chuju and Mikoto, holding their hands and pointing weakly at Wu Yan. Chuju Jiejie, Mikoto Jiejie, is Big Brother broken? Mikoto and Hinajiku looked at each other, pulled Liren and quickly walked forward. At this time, pretending not to know each other is the best way. Chapter 61. Walking on the street, Hinajiku tightly held onto Liren's hand to prevent her from running around. Her eyes were fixed on the various stalls and shops on the street. She didn't hide her feelings at all and smiled sweetly. Mikoto was also looking at the stalls. However, she was staring at one of them. When she passed by it, she stopped and didn't walk away. Wu Yan followed her gaze curiously. When he saw what Mikoto was staring at, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. It was a gauntlet that looked very much like a frog's gauntlet. More accurately, it looked very much like a Gouda. Seeing Mikoto's eyes turning into cat eyes, Wu Yan couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. Even though Sis Canon's expression was very cute on the screen and even in reality, it was too weird. Wu Yan didn't understand how a human's expression could be made to such an extent. Hence Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Hearing Wu Yan's laughter, Sis Canon came back to her senses. She turned her head and saw Wu Yan looking at her with a smile. She blushed and the redness spread to her ears. She quickly put on a look of disdain and looked at the Gutta gauntlet. She said with a fake smile, In this world there are people who make such a childish thing. It's too... Mikoto said something so fake that it's as if she's going to die of fakeness while looking at Gutta's gauntlet. Wu Yan got scared. He's scared that she's going to turn her head and head straight to her ears. Yes, this thing is too childish. How could our Mikoto-sama like such a childish thing? Wu Yan grinned at Mikoto. His tone is indescribably weird. Wu Yan's strange tone made Mikoto's face even redder. Wu Yan knew that if he continued to tease her like this, Mikoto would most likely fly into a rage out of humiliation. Hence he quickly said, "Alright, let's catch up with Chuju and the rest. They're about to be left behind." And so Wu Yan grabbed Mikoto's hand and quickly walked forward. Wait. Mikoto stopped in the middle of her sentence. She looked at the stall with a face full of reluctance. Tears were hanging from the corner of her eyes. But with her arrogant personality, she couldn't bring herself to say something like, "I want." So she could only let Wu Yan bring her away with tears flowing down her cheeks. It wasn't until the stall was out of sight that Mikoto retracted her gaze. Only then did she notice that her hand was being held by Wu Yan. The temperature on her face rose rapidly, and her forehead was flashing with electric currents. She hurriedly struggled. "What are you doing?" "Nothing." Wu Yan smiled and let go of her. Looking at Mikoto's blushing beautiful face, before she could say anything, Wu Yan raised something in front of her. When she saw the thing floating in front of her eyes, Mikoto was stunned. She stared at it blankly. Then her eyes quickly changed back to cat eyes. It was a necklace, a crystal necklace. The entire body emitted the arc of light that a crystal should have. Under the illumination of the multicolored magic lamp, the crystal's surface shone with a beautiful crystal light. It was extremely beautiful. Although the crystal necklace was beautiful, but a necklace like this would at most get a word of praise from Mikoto. It would be far from enough to make her dazed and unable to reflect anything. But with the appearance of the crystal on the necklace, it was a completely different story. What really caught Mikoto's attention was the shape of the crystal on the necklace. It was clearly a piece of crystal in the shape of a kota. A beautiful crystal necklace in the shape of a kota. Sis Cannon's young maiden heart instantly sank. She was completely pulled into a crystal hell filled with kota, unable to extricate herself. Mikoto's cat face was blank. What kind of scene was this? Anyway, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh loudly again. The sound of his laughter woke up the intoxicated Mikoto. Seeing Wu Yan laughing until his stomach hurt, Mikoto wanted to find a hole to hide in. She just said that it was a childish thing, but in the end she was attracted by a childish thing. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Listening to Wu Yan's laughter, Mikoto was even prepared to be mocked by Wu Yan. Not hearing Mikoto's voice, Wu Yan had laughed enough. He patted his cheeks to stop laughing and walked in front of Mikoto. Seeing Wu Yan walk in front of her, Mikoto angrily closed her eyes. Just as she was about to shout, "I am childish, I like kota, laugh if you want," Wu Yan interrupted her with a sentence. "This is for you." Wu Yan once again raised the crystal kota necklace in his hand and dangled it in front of Mikoto's face. With a slightly curved smile, he said softly. Mikoto instantly opened her eyes. It was still the crystal kota necklace, still the same smiling face, but this time the meaning was completely different. The pedestrians on the street were still walking to and fro, as if they didn't see Wu Yan and Mikoto in the middle of the street. They walked past Wu Yan and Mikoto one person after another. Coupled with the beautiful magic lamp at this time, they were unavoidably a foil, forming a beautiful scene. The crystal kota necklace dangled in front of Mikoto's eyes. Mikoto looked at it absent-mindedly, but this time her eyes didn't turn into cat eyes. Give it to me." Mikoto's tone had a slight trace of disbelief. "Yes." Wu Yan moved the crystal kota necklace away from Mikoto's face, ignoring her gaze that followed the movement of the crystal kota necklace. He pulled Mikoto's hand and placed it in her hand. "I specially made this for you." Yes, the moment he summoned Mikoto, Wu Yan silently planned to give this necklace to Mikoto. One must know Mikoto's love for kota is enough to break through the sky. With such a hobby, Wu Yan naturally wanted to make good use of it. Even though Wu Yan didn't know how to carve crystals and make necklaces, but in the system's item list, there are many strange things, There are also crystal necklaces that can transform with just a thought, and this kind of crystal necklace only has the most basic transformation ability, only 100 item points, cheap and affordable. So it's possible to say that he made it himself. Didn't I say? This kind of childish thing. I don't like it. Mikoto stuttered. Even though she said she didn't like it, her hand was already tightly gripping the crystal kota necklace. Really? Wu Yan looked at her amusedly, stretched his hand in front of her face and said, "Then give it back to me." No. Mikoto reflexively shouted, both hands tightly gripping the kota necklace, looking at Wu Yan with vigilance. "Didn't you say you don't like it? This arrogant girl is really annoying and funny at the same time, but Wu Yan likes it, can't help it." Mikoto's face reddened again. She turned her head away, not looking at Wu Yan. Who gives something and wants it back? Since you worked so hard to make it, I'll reluctantly accept it. If you like it, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush?" As expected, Wu Yan retracted his hand and said helplessly, "I don't like it. You don't have to deny it, Mikoto." Wu Yan walked in front of Mikoto and held her shoulder, turning her body around to face him. Looking at her red face, Wu Yan slowly said, "Mikoto, no one knows you better than me, at least other than my world. No one knows you better than me, your hobbies, your personality, I know all of it, so in front of me you don't have to pretend." Wu Yan chuckled at this point. "Let's not talk about the fact that we're companions, our lives are intertwined. When we die together, when we live together. So, I will accept everything about you, you don't have to hide anything from me, not to mention. I don't hate you like this, on the contrary, I like it very much." Like. Bang. Mikoto's face started to boil, steam started to rise from it. In her head there was only one word left. "Alright, let's go after Chuju and Liren." Ignoring Sis Cannon's expression, Wu Yan grabbed her and walked forward. Chapter 62. So big. Chuju's mouth is wide open as she stared at the building in front of her in a daze. About the size of a football field, the white and glossy walls are covered with magic lamps. Each lamp emits a different color, but when they hit the white walls, they emit a dazzling luster, making the whole building emit a stage-like atmosphere. Of course, if it's just big, our Kaisha-sama wouldn't be so surprised. It's not like Chuju hasn't seen buildings bigger than this. Big and beautiful is the reason why Kaisha-sama is surprised. By the side, little Liren's tiny mouth was slightly agape, as though she was awed by the structure before her. However, from her glowing eyes, one could faintly discern that she was more excited than surprised. So much so that when Wu Yan pulled Mikoto behind them, they didn't notice. Compared to the two women's stunned expression, Wu Yan only faintly glanced at the auction hall and withdrew his gaze, appearing very calm. Compared to beautiful buildings, this bro likes beautiful girls more. Come back to your senses. Looking at Hinajuku and Liren, who were still standing in the same position, Wu Yan was speechless. He reached out and pinched their cheeks, pulling their hearts back to reality. "Don't pinch my cheeks." Although Wu Yan's rather intimate action made Chuju's cheeks blush a little, the Tsundere Kaisha-sama still tried her best to put on a fierce look. She glared at Wu Yan and rubbed her cheeks. "What a beautiful place. Oni-san, are we going to that place?" Little Liren ran to Wu Yan's side, jumping in front of him, trying to get Wu Yan, who is staring at Chuju, to notice her. Attracted by Chuju's cute face rubbing, Wu Yan finally noticed the swaying blonde hair in front of him. His gaze moved down to little lowly Liren's angry little face. Hurriedly putting on an expression like nothing happened, Wu Yan, because he didn't hear what little lowly Liren said clearly. "It's almost time for the auction, let's go in." Hearing that they are going in, little Liren stopped wearing the oil bottle and cheerfully smiled and cheered. Immediately, Wu Yan pulled little Liren's little hand and walked towards the auction hall. Touching her long pink hair, Hinajuku smiled and was about to follow him. But immediately she paused her movements. Chuju looked at Mikoto with a strange expression. Too suspicious, Mikoto's expression, it's too suspicious. Her eyes were blurred, her cheeks were flushed, and her expression was dreamy, but there was also a trace of daze. At first, Hinajuku thought that Mikoto was also stunned by the stage-like auction, but now that she took a closer look, Hinajuku didn't think so. That love-struck look, if it was really directed at the auction hall, then she's not Mikoto. This look, it's like a girl in love. Too suspicious. Suddenly, a bad premonition flashed in her heart, making Chuju feel a little strange. Seeing that Wu Yan and little Liren are about to enter the auction hall, Chuju had to put down the strange feeling in her heart, walked in front of Mikoto and played the Latin American zither. Mikoto! The shout startled Mikoto and she took 2 steps back. Mikoto saw Chuju's even more strange expression. A trace of pink floated across her face. Mikoto quickly moved her hands behind her back, as if there's something she can't see. What's wrong? Mikoto chuckled and asked Chuju, her voice indescribably weak. Something's wrong. Kaishisama's sensitive young girl heart told her that there's definitely something wrong with this Mikoto. Thus, Kaishisama directly walked in front of Mikoto, tightened her face and said mischievously, Mikoto, you're very suspicious. Perhaps the teasing in Chuju's voice was too high, causing Mikoto's red face to become unnatural. She quickly pulled away from Chuju and said, What's there to be suspicious about? Nothing. Little did she know that this kind of tone would only make people more suspicious. Thus, Mikoto saw Chuju's "who are you trying to fool" expression. Her eyes started to look around in panic, proving the girl's panic. Mikoto looked left and right, hoping to find something to change the topic. It wasn't until she saw Wu Yan and Liren walking towards the auction hall that Mikoto's eyes lit up. She smiled at Chuju and said, Hey, they're almost gone, let's hurry up and follow them. Chuju stared at Mikoto for a while, causing Mikoto's hairs to stand on end. She panicked and looked away, not daring to meet her gaze. Mikoto's appearance made Chuju grumble in dissatisfaction. She reluctantly put down her curiosity and nodded. Mikoto laughed dryly and followed Wu Yan. Mikoto, on the other hand, wore a necklace on her neck at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Then she stuffed it into her clothes again at a speed invisible to the naked eye. She touched her chest and felt the necklace's existence. Only then did she walk with her small feet in satisfaction and enter the auction hall with Wu Yan and the others. After Wu Yan showed the guard his VIP card, a waitress came out from the side and respectfully led Wu Yan's group into the auction hall. After the door, it wasn't the spacious hall Wu Yan imagined. Instead, it was a spiral staircase made of jade. Under the waitress' guidance, Wu Yan's group walked up the stairs and looked at their surroundings with interest, occasionally clicking their tongues in wonder. After walking for who knows how long, another door appeared in front of them. The waitress pushed it open and led Wu Yan's group inside. At the same time the waitress pushed the door open, a burst of lively noise came from inside and entered the ears of Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto and Liren reflexively stopped in their tracks and walked in. When Wu Yan and Ko walked in, the first thing they saw was the jadestone railing. The railing is circular in shape and it encircles the floor below their feet into a huge circular corridor. There are only 2 stairs-like entrances on both sides of the corridor. Under the lead of little Liren's cheerful footsteps, Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto also came to the railing and looked out. The rows of seats formed circles like the corridor. The seats in the front row were about half a person's height lower than the seats in the back row. If one were to look down from the sky, it would look like countless circles were placed together with the big ones surrounding the small ones. And these seats that could seat at least 1,000 people were almost full at this time. They were chatting with each other and the noise came from this. And in the center of the lowest and smallest row of seats, there was a stone platform. On the stone platform there was a table that emitted a red light. On the table there was a small round plate with a wooden mallet and a huge crystal ball. That was the place where the auctioneer hosted the auction. This auction venue with a unique layout really opened the eyes of Wu Yan's group. In the past so-called auctions, Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto only saw them on TV. The difference between this and the one in front of them was huge. Seeing the auction venue in another world with their own eyes, this time even if they didn't get anything it wasn't a loss. As for little lowly Liren, from her cheering that hasn't stopped, it can be seen that she also hasn't been here before. Although little Liren really wanted to go down and sit in the lower row of seats, the waitress brought Wu Yan's group to another staircase. That's because at the top of the circular corridor, there was a row of similar circular rooms. Those rooms were connected to each other to form a ring. They were the VIP rooms. Only customers with VIP cards could go up. Compared to the monotonous seats outside the railing, the VIP rooms were not only decorated very luxuriously, there were sofas, fruits and quite big too. It made Wu Yan sigh. No matter where you are, there are special and special privileges. After the waitress left, Wu Yan brought Chuju, Mikoto and Liren to sit on the sofa and looked down from the glass window in front. Chapter 63. Looking down from the glass window of the VIP room, Wu Yan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of superiority, as if he was standing at the top of the world and looking down on all the other mountains. The noisy crowd that came to participate in the auction, other than those who were sitting in the VIP room like Wu Yan and company, the others were all sitting in the wide round seats below. Looking down from the VIP room, one could almost see everyone. Let's not talk about Wu Yan's feelings. Chuju and Mikoto were chatting happily about something. From time to time, they would extend their delicate hands to the fruit platter on the table. They were practically treating the auction's VIP room as a KTV VIP room. All that was missing was a microphone. Little Liren, on the other hand, was the same as Wu Yan, stretching her head out to look at the scenery outside the glass window. The difference is that Wu Yan only tilted his head to look, while Liren's whole face was pressed against the glass window, forcing her chubby little face to be squashed flat. With a bitter smile, Wu Yan turned his head and continued to observe the behavior of the three girls. Wu Yan was afraid that he would not be able to hold back his ridicule, and the consequence of ridiculing too much would be an electric shock, even though he is not afraid of electricity anymore. Soon Wu Yan found a small white toy on the table. Picking up the brick, that looked a bit like a remote control, Wu Yan flipped it around and smiled. Chuju and Mikoto also noticed the thing in Wu Yan's hand. Although they looked like they were doing their own things, in fact, their attention was still on Wu Yan because of various reasons that were hard to talk about. This thing looks like a board eraser. Is there something wrong with it? Almost at the same time, Chuju and Mikoto came to Wu Yan's side. Seeing Wu Yan flipping the brick in his hand and smiling inexplicably, they asked in confusion. This. Wu Yan lifted it up and explained with a smile. Well, there's nothing wrong with it, I'm just a bit curious. Curious? 2 question marks appeared above the heads of the 2 girls. Their beautiful big eyes stared at the thing in Wu Yan's hand. The 2 girls couldn't see what was so strange about it. After looking at it for a while, they still couldn't figure out what was going on. The 2 girls were frustrated. Mikoto pulled a long face and snorted. Can you stop playing games? If you have something to say, just say it. Are you still a man? Her valiant speech caused Wu Yan's hand to tremble violently, almost dropping the item in his hand onto the curious Liren's head. The corner of his mouth twitched violently as he squinted his eyes at the displeased Mikoto. His heart was filled with thoughts of flipping the table. If you doubt whether I'm a man or not, then come up and test me. Use yourself as the price. Of course, this sentence could only be shouted in his heart. Even if Wu Yan was given a few more guts, he would not dare to say it out loud. How could he forget that these 2 girls weren't very patient? Looking at Hinajiku, who is also in a bad mood, he helplessly sighed. Sure enough, in front of these 2 tsundere chicks, acting mysterious or whatnot is a waste of time. This thing should be the bidding crystal board. Wu Yan gave up on beating around the bush. Bidding crystal board? Judging from the name, I can roughly guess its use. Sis Cannon, who had just told Wu Yan not to drag things out, was now speaking to everyone with a sly smile as if she was some kind of profound mystery. This made Wu Yan vomit blood in his heart. President helplessly shook her head. She took the so-called bidding crystal board from Wu Yan's hand and said hesitantly, "Indeed, judging from the name, it's quite obvious and easy to understand. It's used for bidding during auctions, right?" Taking back the bidding crystal board, Wu Yan waved the hand holding the board and explained, "If you fancy something and want to bid, just say the price directly to the board and the host will receive it. Although I don't know how to say receive, it's said to be like this." Chuju and Mikoto nodded in realization. But after a while they were puzzled again. "Isn't this your first time attending an auction as well? Why are you so clear about it?" Facing the 2 girls' questions, Wu Yan only pointed at a small booklet with the words auction description written on the cover. He smiled but did not say anything. Everything was understood without words. This time, even little Liren was embarrassed like Chuju and Mikoto. While they were fooling around, at a certain moment, the lights in the auction hall suddenly changed, attracting the attention of everyone present. At the center of the round platform at the bottom, An old man in luxurious clothes suddenly appeared and stood there. The old man stroked his short beard and chuckled. Despite being stared at by so many people, he didn't show the slightest bit of stage fright or unnaturalness. His expression was calm. It seemed that the old man had experienced this kind of scene many times. Looking around at the large crowd in the auction hall, the old man's smile widened. A hoarse but not unpleasant voice came from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be speaking very softly, but everyone in the auction hall could hear him. Of course. After all, the host of such a large auction hall would not be able to control those ill-tempered customers if he did not have a few tricks up his sleeve. What's more, this is the only supply town in the behemoth forest that produces monsters. And this auction hall is the only auction hall in this supply town. Naturally, it's not that simple. At least in the eyes of Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto, this old man's character status clearly shows that he is level 65 tier 7. Dear old and new patrons, we meet again. Today I will be hosting this auction again. Let me tell you in advance, today there will be a lot of good stuff. And the final item will definitely not be simple. Everyone, please look forward to it. Looking at the excited crowd, the old man's eyes flashed with an indescribable light. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. All right, let's not waste everyone's time. Let's go straight to the first item. The old man picked up the wooden mallet on the round table. Following his movement, the crystal ball on the round table also emitted a dazzling light. The light formed a projection on top of the crystal ball, and an apple-like object appeared on the projection. The old customers were already used to this scene. But for the first time they were a little surprised at this scene. Faint exclamations could be heard. Just like in the VIP room of Wu Yan and the others, little Liren also happened to let out such a sound. The first item, it is violent red fruit. Those who know it should know its effect. That's right, its effect is to greatly increase the strength of the consumer for a short period of time. The first time you eat it, it can increase the amount of doqi or mana. This is a very rare medicine. In times of crisis, it can even save your life. The old man heavily knocked the wooden mallet on the table twice, and the noisy atmosphere in the auction hall quieted down. He said with familiarity, "The starting price is 1,000 gold coins. There is no upper limit. Start bidding." At the same time his voice fell, the scene that Wu Yan imagined did not appear. Instead, the auction hall was still incomparably quiet. There were only some small discussions and the small voices of people bidding on the crystal plates. On the crystal ball projection, below the projection of the violent red fruit, a row of numbers appeared. According to the manual, the numbers in front represented the serial number of the crystal plate in hand, and the numbers behind represented the number of bids. For example, the serial number of the crystal plate in Wu Yan's hand was 007. A serial number that made Wu Yan's heart full of ridicule. As time passed, the items and numbers on the crystal ball projection were constantly updated. The old man's wooden mallet also fell frequently. One by one the items were taken away by people. Among them there were not only medicines like the violent red fruit, but also weapons, armor, potions, high-level magical beast body materials, gems, ores and other strange things. One item after another almost dazzled the eyes of Wu Yan and the others. There were even some items that even Wu Yan, who had the system, had the impulse to bid for. Chapter 64. From the start of the auction until now, more than an hour had passed. In this hour, the number of items that were auctioned off had already reached an uncountable number. Among them, the cheapest items were at least a few thousand gold coins, while the most expensive items were at least a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Although there were a lot of items that were auctioned off, but until now the atmosphere of the auction did not show any signs of weakening. On the contrary, it was rising higher and higher. Because the further the auction went, the higher the quality of the items. Until now, the projection of an unknown magical beast's part on the stage had astonishingly risen to 30,000 gold coins. And there were still people bidding. It was just an ordinary auction item and it had already risen to such a level. Then what level would the three items that were said to be the finale of the auction go up to? Wu Yan did not know because he could not wait for it to rise higher and higher. This way his Kusanagi sword could be sold for a sky-high price. Therefore, although Wu Yan did not bid for any item, His smile did not stop for a moment, as if he had gained something. Liren, who is standing beside Wu Yan, is holding the bidding crystal board with an incredible serial number. She is looking at the numbers projected on the crystal ball while yelling at the bidding crystal board. She seems to be having a lot of fun playing with it. Speaking to the bidding crystal board was naturally the same as making a bid. Letting a little lowly auction items? Of course Wu Yan would not be so brainless. Little Li Lin was just purely playing. That's right, she was playing. Looking at little Li Lin playing with the bidding crystal plate, Wu Yan did not stop her at all. Instead he smiled evilly at the side. Not to mention Wu Yan, even Chuju and Mikoto did not have the intention to stop her. They just looked at Wu Yan and little Li Lin with a bit of helplessness, smiling very reluctantly. The reason why they did not stop her was because little Li Lin, this girl, was really too shrewd. In the beginning, when she said that she wanted to play with the bidding crystal plate, the two girls were very opposed to it. Who knew if little Li Lin would accidentally bid a sky-high price on a piece of trash? At that time they would really have no place to cry. But later on they did not think so anymore. Because she was really just playing around. Little Liren's bids would generally rise bit by bit. Towards the end, as long as she saw that the number of bids on the crystal ball projection was always the same, she would decisively give up. That was because it meant that it was time for the item to be auctioned off. Chuju and Mikoto didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw this mischievous spirit pushing an item that wasn't that expensive to begin with to its limit. If those auctioneers were to find out that the reason why they spent so much money was because little Liren was playing, it was guaranteed that Wu Yan's VIP room would be smashed open. 35,000 gold coins going once. 35,000 gold coins going twice. 35,000 gold coins going thrice. Deal. Congratulations to the guest with number 199 for successfully bidding for the Green Wind Eagle Claw. The sound of the mallet being struck rang out again, which meant that the auction was successful. The item projected on the crystal ball also disappeared. After presiding over the auction of no less than a few hundred items, the old man didn't seem tired at all. After talking for more than an hour, he still didn't show any signs of thirst. The old man was still lively as he presided over the next item. On the crystal ball projection, another auction item appeared. It was a pure white crystal. The next item to be auctioned is this pure white crystal. The old man pointed at the pure white crystal on the crystal ball with his wrinkled finger and smiled mysteriously. Looking at the confused audience, the old man knocked the mallet in his hand and said, "Perhaps a lot of people don't know what this is. To be honest, even we don't know what it is." As soon as these words came out, the people who were still in doubt were all stunned again. The old man seemed to have not noticed the change in the atmosphere and continued to say, "Because even the most experienced and authoritative appraisal master in our auction house couldn't appraise what exactly it is. Don't know what it is? Then why are you auctioning it?" Hearing the old man's words, the people present were alarmed. Some were shocked, some were frowning, some were angry, and some were even disdainful. However, the old man didn't seem to care about the people's reactions at all. He was still smiling as if he had a lot of confidence in letting someone else bid for this pure white crystal. The old man pressed down on his hands, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Don't say, the old man really does have some prestige. In an instant, the people present quieted down and quietly waited for him to speak. The old man smiled and said to everyone present, "Everyone, don't think that we are lying to you. Indeed, we don't know what kind of magical crystal this is, but this pure white crystal has a great background. If it wasn't for our auction house not being able to identify what it is, we wouldn't have put it up for auction." He dragged his words for a long time, but at the same time, this kind of tone attracted the curiosity of everyone present, including Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren. The old man stroked his beard and said with a strong voice, "This pure white crystal wasn't sent to our auction house by someone, it was taken out by our auction house for auction." At this point the old man paused and then continued, "Our auction house's people, under very coincidental circumstances, came across a rank 9 warrior who was on the verge of death and was about to fall." When the words rank 9 warrior came out of the old man's mouth, nearly 1,000 people present were shocked. Some of the smarter ones even guessed what the old man was going to say. Yes. This pure white crystal was taken from the hands of this rank 9 warrior after he fell. Everyone was shocked again and they started to feel restless. Some of them looked at the projection of the pure white crystal with a bit of heat in their eyes. In this era where the gods had already fallen, demigods were the most powerful existences. There were only 5 such people or demigods in this era. How many 9th-stage powerhouses could there be in this world that were second only to these 5? No one knows. But everyone here knows one thing. Something related to a rank 9 powerhouse. Can it be simple? The answer is of course no. What's more, from the old man's mouth, this pure white crystal was something that this rank 9 powerhouse was still protecting after his death. This proves that it's not simple. Plus, even the most experienced and authoritative appraisal master couldn't identify what it is. That mysterious feeling, plus the synonym of rank 9, is enough to arouse everyone's desire to possess it. As for whether or not the people of the auction house are bragging and trying to swindle everyone's money, no one doubted it. In this important supply town, to be able to open such an auction house, and the scale is also very big, it can still be trusted by everyone. Therefore, close to 1,000 people have already started to pick up the bidding crystal board in their hands, eager to give it a try. It seems like they want to join in this auction. Even the people in the top row of VIP rooms where no one can see, all of them raised the bidding crystal board to their mouths, ready to bid at any time. Seeing this scene, the old man's mouth slightly twitched as if he already expected this. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto and Liren 4 VIP rooms. Hinajiku and Mikoto frowned as they looked at the pure white crystal projected on the crystal ball, as if trying to recognize it. Liren, on the other hand, held up the bidding crystal board, looking very excited. Looks like she's going to make a fool of herself again. Wu Yan. The moment the pure white crystal was projected, his body suddenly shook and then his eyes shone with surprise. Beep. The system determined that the item in the user's site contains a large amount of life energy. The user is advised to obtain the item. Chapter 65. Beep. The system has determined that the item within the user's line of sight contains a large amount of life force. User is advised to obtain the item. The cold and emotionless voice of the system rang out beside Wu Yan's ears. The robotic and old-fashioned voice caused Wu Yan's body to tremble slightly. His gaze upon the pure white crystal became similar to the gaze of the other participants below, burning with desire. What is life force? Up till now, Wu Yan had only seen life force from 2 items. More accurately, the system had only detected life force from the 2 items in Wu Yan's hands. One of them was the mysterious crystal that he had obtained from the Whirlwind Butler instance dungeon after going through untold hardships to complete the quest. The reason why it contained life force was very simple. Yi Cheng's mother had said before that there was a powerful monster sealed within it. Due to the life force sealed within it, the system had notified him that it contained life force. The other one was the demonic beast egg that Wu Yan had looted back in the behemoth forest when he was raiding the lair of the demonic beasts. That was easy to understand. Since it was a demonic beast egg, there was a life force inside. Thus, it was normal for it to contain life force. What is life force? Wu Yan did not know. What use does it have? Wu Yan was even more clueless about that. However, Wu Yan knew that this item in the hands of the system could be used for one purpose. That was to exchange it for summoning points. That was right. Summoning points. Summoning points for summoning chicks. Wu Yan had never forgotten that the system had mentioned that any unit that contained life force, as long as it did not possess intellect, could be turned over to the system in exchange for summoning points. That was the reason why Wu Yan had spent so much time in the behemoth forest raiding wolf's lair, dog's lair, not letting go of any lair, all for the sake of finding 1 or 2 demonic beast eggs in exchange for summoning points. If it wasn't for the fact that the life unit sealed in the mysterious crystal was an intelligent monster, Wu Yan might have directly handed it over to the system in exchange for summoning points. For example, although trees and flowers were also living units, they did not have intelligence. However, their life energy was too low, so low that Wu Yan could not do anything about it. Therefore, they could not be exchanged for summoning points. Otherwise, all the trees in the behemoth forest would have been cut down by Wu Yan long ago. Apart from the magical beast egg and the mysterious crystal, Wu Yan had never seen any other units with life energy. And now, the appearance of this pure white crystal in front of him actually caused the system to react, saying that it contained life energy. How could this not make Wu Yan happy? Even for the mysterious crystal that sealed the intelligent monster, the system did not use the word large to describe it. One could imagine that if the pure white crystal only had pure life energy and did not have life, then, if he used it to exchange for summoning points, that would definitely be a lot of money. In Wu Yan's heart, if he did not bid for it, he would definitely be struck by lightning. Fiercely swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Wu Yan quickly said to Liren beside him, "Little girl, give me the bidding crystal." Wu Yan's words stunned Chuju, Mikoto and Liren. They looked at Wu Yan, who seemed to be hesitating. They could hear the anxiety in Wu Yan's voice. Is there a problem? Why are you so anxious? Is there something wrong with the crystal?" Chuju tilted her head, looking at Wu Yan with a puzzled expression. No matter what appeared before, Wu Yan clearly still had a calm appearance, never as anxious as now. Little Liren very obediently handed the bidding crystal in her hand to Wu Yan. Wu Yan took the bidding crystal. His eyes were still looking at the crystal ball projection that was already starting to jump. He diverted some of his attention to say to Chuju and the others, "And that crystal, the system determined that it contains a large amount of life energy." Life energy. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other in surprise. Only little Liren was there, muttering, "What is the system? What is life energy?" and so on. After being summoned by Wu Yan, the system stuffed some necessary knowledge into the two girls' heads. For example, the basic information of the summoner, the conditions of the summoning, and the fusion of life after the summoning. Naturally, there was also the matter of summoning points and the exchange of summoning points. After listening to Wu Yan's explanation, the two girls instantly understood why Wu Yan was so anxious. "Can that crystal be exchanged for summoning points?" Mikoto walked to the glass window, looking through the glass, looking at the pure white crystal on the crystal ball projection, and asked doubtfully, "I'm not sure." When he said this, Wu Yan's eyes still didn't leave the pure white crystal's projection. While counting the price, he still said with ease, "If that crystal is the same as the mysterious crystal, sealing or possessing some kind of existence, then of course it can't be exchanged for summoning points." "That's true." Mikoto nodded in understanding. She turned back to look at Chuju, who raised her head from deep thought. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with the same thought. "That's displeasure." The two girls were also surprised. Why are they displeased? They don't know why, but they don't know why they suddenly feel displeased, as if something important is about to be snatched away. Chuju and Mikoto didn't know that in Wu Yan's mind summoning points are equal to girls. With more summoning points, of course he can summon more girls he likes. If Wu Yan knew about this, he'd definitely sweat enough to form a waterfall. How to say this? This girl's sixth sense is just like the legends, it's enough to break through the sky. Because of the old man's explanation, at least 70% of the auction participants were interested in the pure white crystal and participated in the auction. The other 30%, it's not that they don't want it, it's that they can't afford it, they're embarrassed because they don't have enough money. Of course, this group of people who don't have enough money and can't afford it, as the price on the projection increased, the number of people also increased. In just a short while, this group of people went from the initial 30% to 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%. And it's still increasing. Wu Yan obviously isn't included in this group of people. He still hasn't spent a single cent of his 200,000 gold coins. Until a certain moment, only the people in the VIP room are left to participate in the auction. Those who can enter the VIP room are all people with good wealth, at least much better than those below. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's 200,000 gold coins, even if he wanted to auction off the common armaments, that shrewd man wouldn't give him a VIP card. The people who participated in the auction were only the people in the VIP rooms. Of course, no one would know about this matter because the bids were all made using the bidding crystal plates. Everyone would only know which serial number was participating in the auction, and would not know who was participating in it. This is also a good part of the auction house. At least they don't have to worry about treasuring a jade ring. In the blink of an eye, the number on the projection has reached 50,000 gold coins. And this number was constantly being refreshed. Looking at the number on the projection, the old man's face is about to turn into a chrysanthemum. Only when the bid reached 70,000 gold coins did the refresh speed start to slow down. Seeing this situation, the old man immediately picked up the wooden mallet. 70,000 gold coins. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? You have to know this is something that a rank 9 warrior risked his life to protect. It's definitely not ordinary. 80,000 gold coins. Guest number 007 has bid 80,000 gold coins. This is too expensive. When Wu Yan bid, Chuju is secretly speechless. 80,000 gold coins? How much is it if converted to yen? Those are gold coins made of gold. Wu Yan doesn't care no matter how important the gold coins are. Are they more important than girls? Seeing the number become 85,000, he immediately shouted 90,000. At this point, the number of people bidding has gradually decreased. After all, even if it's an item of a rank 9 warrior, it's useless if you don't know what use it has. Even the appraisal master of the auction house can't appraise it, let alone them. So the enthusiasm gradually died down. Until 100,000 gold coins going thrice. Congratulations to guest number 007 for obtaining this mysterious pure white crystal. That you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.